I'm W. Adam Clark. I'm your Dungeon Master, and tonight I will be reimagining a classic piece of American literature, which I just found out when doing the research to do this. Even though it's considered a quote-unquote great American novel, it sold so poorly during its writer's lifetime that I have, in fact, in my own work, outsold this writer in his lifetime, even though he's considered one of the great American writers. So, I mean, that makes me feel good. It means I'm not doing that bad. And now going around the circle, in the purple circle, we have...
I am Ari Cypress Everly. I am playing Seth, your friendly neighborhood sentient jelly. Okay, plasmoid, but it's fun to say jelly, especially since I just made a batch of jelly from apples that I harvested from the farm that I farm at. Yeah. So apparently I and my character have something in common today. We both involve jelly, although please do not eat my character. They are probably not tasty.
Well, we have some things that are going to be interested in finding out. In the green circle.
Hello, I'm Noctis Silence. I'm playing Reggie, our resident bug. And he actually likes to do a little bit of carving on the side. He makes a lot of interesting little trinkets depicting animals from Arthas, which is where he's from.
Nice.
Nice.
And in the gold circle.
Hello, I'm Sadie Golden Dragon, and I'm playing Maeve Glitterwind. And she has recently gotten her hands on some pottery equipment and is trying her hand at making some interesting things.
And last but not least, but definitely the least bearded, in the red circle, we have...
Hi, I'm the old bacon eater. I'm 35 years younger today. I still eat a lot of bacon, and I still play games badly.
You're no longer the old bacon eater. You're now the relatively young bacon eater.
Yeah, we're going to have to fix that. And anyway, and Gordon still has 2 arms and an absolutely red-hot hatred of mimics.
Hey! I resemble that remark.
Mimic.
You're a plasmoid, not a mimic, and
but
you didn't try to eat me.
I can mimic. No, I did not try to eat you.
Okay.
Yes.
So, for a little bit of information that I have to give our party, who only half of them are aware of this information, because only half of them were in my show last night when it happened. For those who don't know, this is filmed live on Twitch and then posted to YouTube. Well, in the Twitch show, I have a number of different things that people can do for different reward values, and included last night was someone decided to buy the Deuce imitates a celebrity for 30 minutes. Except he decided to buy it 8 times so that for the entirety of this stream, something is going to happen. So I will disappear for a second.
Oh boy, here it comes.
This is why I was not wearing my big headphones. So, for tonight, the part of your Dungeon Master shall be played by the Macho Man, Randy Savage. Yeah.
Let's go!
Why do I want Slim Jims now?
I don't know, but they're probably magical. Yeah.
Now here's the question.
Yes.
What is the over under on Deuce/Randy breaking at some point? At this point, we must now make it our mission to break him.
Give me an over under on how long the voice can last. It might be the reason why I went and got a brand new glass of water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I do kind of want to apologize because when I was originally intending to introduce some of these characters, they were not going to sound like this. But I mean, maybe you'll just have to tune in next week to find out what those characters sound like when I do their voices instead of this one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to switch out for character voices.
No,
Just,
no,
GM's voice.
no. This is 100% the Macho Man. That's the madness is taking hold, and this is what we're gonna have.
Oh god! Oh,
Every time another character
this
says
don't
something,
get
You
we're
see
going to be
a
like,
dark
"Think
corridor.
nothing."
Roll for initiative. Yeah.
See Randy Savage trying to do the other voices. Bump says.
We're going to have Randy Savage doing the voice of Archibald with a British accent, and it sounds like
Oh my god.
tup, right-yo.
Yes, that's it. That's what we need.
Absolutely, Mom. That's how we're going to go. Oh, dear
no.
God, what did I walk into? You walked into Randy Savage as GM. It's going to be a bumpy ride, so strap in.
Okay, you don't need the rest of us, so we're going to go.
This is it. This is just...
Oh.
God.
Oh.
Okay.
Yikes.
So as we return back to the world so that you guys can get paid for your last mission, I'm trying to flip back to how much we had arranged the payment for. I believe the total was 15.
Yeah, I think so.
It was something like that.
Yep. Wait a minute.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Hang on. No, it was only 10. I wrote it down.
Was it 10?
It was originally 10. I think we negotiated it up a little bit from there. Like
It's
12 for the
official.
1,000.
SCE has lost his freaking mind. That's what happens when the madness grabs you. You just gotta go with it. Yeah.
It was 10 and 5 if we got the ship back.
Oh, that's what it
that's
was.
what it was.
And you most
Yep.
certainly did not. So that's
We
10.
did
No,
we did.
it
we
back.
got
Not
taken
yet with
by
that
tentacles
moment
of
in
space.
time.
So that's 10. So that means each player gets 1,000, and each player had 100 advance. So that means each player gets 900 gold.
There we go.
Nice.
Which we finally get, let's see here, 676 because I owe 224 to Seth.
There you go. So Seth gets an extra 224 back from the autonome.
Cool. I don't know if I put the first 100 in.
Probably not, but that's because you just
Probably.
handed it off right away.
Yeah.
I don't think I put the first 100 in either.
No, I think that was... Yeah, no, we put that strictly into ship stores.
Yep. Well, then take it out. It
Oh,
doesn't matter. Go
okay.
ahead.
Okay.
I'm not going to
There
sweat
it is.
100 gold. In this grand scheme of things,
Yeah,
it's
the-
rather
Yeah, we're not
unimportant.
going to sweat it.
Nation.
Okay, 1,248.
There you go.
Just updated my numbers.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Cool. All right, we got the golds.
We got cash.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, unless anyone has anything specific that they want to say to Zamilla, whatever her name was, we're just going to figure that you got paid, you gave her the information, and are now on your way back towards the dock in an attempt to get ready for your next adventure.
Sure.
As long as
Yep.
she didn't ask any
Looks like
questions.
a good plan to me.
She asked a couple questions, and the couple questions she asked, the captain was able to redirect in a way where none of you had to admit to meeting an elder god in the depths of space.
That might be a good idea.
I'll take phrases you never expected to hear Randy Savage say for 200, please, Alex.
Right.
Elder God in the depths of space. Okay, so on your way back walking back from her estate towards where your ship is docked. Along the way, I would like you each to make a perception check for me, please.
Perception.
There
it is. I
That's
have
looking
perceived.
pretty good. That's even
I
better.
perceived.
That's poor.
Not at all.
That's
really
worse.
bad.
Okay. So
Gordon's still trying to figure out where his hands are.
Seth and Rexikar both notice on one of the other piers as you're coming back towards the docks.
Mhm.
You see a captain of a ship. They are standing on top of a barrel so that they can be seen over the collected crowd. And they are currently discussing quite loudly. Oh, that's good. That can't be seen right there. I can leave that right there. That's perfect. They're just after you see that they are a female Githyanki, and she is standing on top of a barrel, preaching, for lack of a better term, to the collected dock workers and other shipsmen, speaking about the space devil and the fact that she has tracked it down, and she is looking for a flotilla of ships that will be able to help them to vanquish the threat from deep space.
I mean, that sounds like something we do.
No, it doesn't.
She's like, no, it's not. I want a part of this.
That sounds like a lot of risk for no pay.
That's up to the captain anyway.
I mean, ultimately, it is the captain's decision, but yeah, I think this is something you walk away from. Thank you.
Aha, that's 2 votes or no. What does the bug say?
What's it taste like?
Nah.
He will take his payment in meat.
For those of you who passed your perception check, you notice, even though her hand is gloved, you are able to see part of the arm and part of the leg where there is damage to the armor that she's wearing. And you notice that her right arm and her right leg are in fact skeletal.
Yikes.
It's hard to maintain that without additional injury. That does not seem so much an injury as another kind of problem.
Right? Let me now pull up that character. She's not actually on your boat, but this just makes it possible for everyone to see what we're discussing.
Oh, great. Yeah, there she is. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see the little kneecap and
Hmm?
a little white arm there. Yeah,
This is an abomination that must be destroyed. We must band together to bring a flotilla which can hunt down and destroy this devil. I have a means to track it through space. It will avoid making contact with any wild space because it fears the light of the sun. However, I cannot alone defeat this monster, and I know there are some of you that have encountered it before.
Oh, what are people saying in response to that?
Mm.
There's a mumbling amongst the crowd, and a large Gif fellow puts up his arm and says, "Aye, lad, you're right. Aye, lass, you're right. I have, in fact, fought it before. I will pledge my ship to your cause."
Is the captain still with us?
The captain is still with you. The man who
So-
was just speaking is... Let me find his picture. This GIF or perhaps GIF gentleman right
Depending on
here.
your preference. Ah. That's magnificent.
Thank you.
Alright, so I turn to the captain. So, do you know what he's talking about? She, I guess.
Well, I may have a suspicion.
You might want to get a cough drop for that, by the way, Captain.
It's an old sailor's tale of a creature that haunts the place between worlds.
I'm sure there's plenty of those out there. In fact, I know there are. Do I know what she's talking about?
I mean, as you just said, there are many, so you're not sure yet what
Yeah,
is
I'm
being
like,
discussed.
it's a little vague.
Now
you
that
know,
you are
nasty
looking
grizzly
over
out
the
in space.
scene, you do notice that there is also one other individual you can presume to be a ship's captain, also standing nearby, just a little distance away. Everyone would immediately be able to recognize this being due to their complexion and the motes of glistening light which surround their heads. That this is in fact a Rydar. I think it's called Rydar.
Oh.
I just messed up that quickly. It's difficult concentrating on this many things at once. Rygar, yes. They are most definitely a Rygar.
Shiny.
Captain says... Oh, actually, so the woman that is standing up on the barrel... Man, it just started raining hard. The woman who is standing up on the barrel says... I do not ask for charity. No, no, no. It's important to understand that I am not expecting those who come with me to risk life or limb simply for the safety of their companions. I expect there are some of you who will want to be paid handsomely, aside from just the knowledge that you have succeeded in hunting such a magnificent trophy. Therefore, I promise a sum of 5,000 gold to the captain of the ship that manages to drop the beast, as well as this to whomever lands the final blow themselves. She is holding up a necklace which has a medallion at the bottom of it. You're not sure what properties it may hold, but it seems to glisten unusually in the sunlight.
That will be a magic item then.
More than likely.
Probably. However, it doesn't promise anything to anybody else who assists and take damage, but doesn't necessarily land the final blow. So it's still a gamble.
The captain turns to you and says, that is most definitely true. Your captain, not that captain. I know you can't tell by the voices this time.
Yeah.
Should I do
Yeah, I wasn't saying it very
magic,
loud.
Captain? Or are we just going to go with it's definitely magical?
You kind of have to push to the front of the crowd to be within range of the spell.
there's a lot of people involved in this. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
that group consensus is going to be accurate.
More
this
than
time.
likely.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Okay.
that's way too many people to get mad at you. That's way too many people to get mad at you if you made something that comes across as a false promise. I don't. That seems an unlikely risk.
Another captain. Which one should we go with?
You have so many lovely models to choose from.
Well, specifically this time I do. Another one, also Githyanki, steps to the fore, first saying something in a language you don't speak unless someone here speaks Gith.
I don't think I do.
No.
And then says,
Oh, I do.
okay, so you understand him to say, Kresh sister, you must speak more plainly when dealing with beings of limited intelligence.
I would raise my eyebrow right now if I had one.
But you don't, so you can't.
But I don't. So you in fact see no reaction whatsoever.
And then says, in the common parlance, so that we all know of which monster you speak. And since you and I know that we are safe from its reach while we are here within wild spaces, it fears the light of the sun. Speak the name of the being you hunt.
Speak the name of
the name of the devil.
She stares him in the face and says, I hunt Tofua'a Uaiti, the Wight Whale.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, poor Sadie.
I think I actually had to read this one.
I think everyone has read it at least once.
I think I read those cute little, miniaturized versions.
So
That was a great series.
the speech continues for another 5 or 10 minutes, after which we will assume that everyone returns to the safety of the wandering glider.
Yay, wandering
For
glider.
the group of you to all discuss what you will do next.
Yeah, this can't possibly end poorly. There is no story of this type in which this ends poorly.
This certainly does not end badly for anyone. Certainly not.
I cannot think of any piece of ancient literature in which this, actually, it would be futuristic literature, technically, but in which this ends poorly. I mean, it's obviously.
I will, however, point out that 8 of the 10 ships involved do survive. Just not the last 2.
Mm.
Just not the last 2. All right, yeah, cool.
Wild
Captain?
space whale.
Yes.
You're the boss. Do you want in on this? It's a pretty big gamble for.
Here's the thing. This is your captain.
Says
talking.
the captain. The captain.
Here's the thing.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as the 5,000 gold is concerned, I don't particularly care.
Oh.
I don't need the money. And risk-reward ratios, I don't feel are necessarily in our best interest, seeing as we just made twice that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
However, I am an elf. And Tofua'a Uaiti is no normal Kindori.
That's true. She's not.
Tofua'a Uaiti is a being existing in a state of unlife.
It's an undead.
Ah.
It is.
So
It is
when she
a
said
white
white,
whale.
that was not spelled WHITE, is what you're telling me. In common.
No, it was not.
This just gets uglier and uglier.
I.
This is the white whale. WIGHT. Yeah.
Hence the fearing the light of the sun.
Hence the fearing the light of the sun.
See, it's all making sense now.
It all works when you
Do
get it
I have
rolled
any
around enough.
spells?
Your head.
I don't think I have any light spells.
Equipped for that.
I mean, it's
No, I
not.
don't
You
think I have
probably
anything.
have some available, but it's not specifically your domain. No.
Yeah, I don't really have any light.
So
I have continual flame. It's activated by touch, though.
Hey, go touch it. Good luck with that.
Yeah, go touch it. Yeah, I'll go touch it.
that can't
Yeah, that
possibly go
definitely
poorly.
sounds like the right answer.
So no, I do not have any light spells that I'm willing to use.
Well, how big is it? Is this going to be person-to-person combat, or is this more like a ship-to-ship combat kind of?
It's a freaking whale.
And I've never seen Tofua'a Uaiti in person, but the rumors say that it is a very large Kindori. This will most definitely be ship-to-ship combat. There might be some hand-to-hand, some close quarters later on, but I would definitely expect that one of the reasons why a flotilla is required is there's going to be some necessity for ship weaponry. Also, ranged spells, gift firearms.
Okay, so there will be some individual shooting, but only at range because it's just too big.
Well, let's all hope that a Kindori isn't within range for you to swing a sword at while standing on the deck, because I'm pretty
Right.
sure if that happened, we just
Wouldn't like
lost
it.
a wing.
Yeah.
And
All right. Well, it's a good thing we've all been training on the navigation and the spell jamming and everything. Have we gotten any training done on the weapons? We should do that.
Well, there's no time like the present.
Exactly.
But
All right,
again,
well.
this comes down to if this is a risk that we are interested in partaking of.
I mean, you're the boss. I get the whole elven enmity thing. I mean, that's it's your ship. I mean, yeah, we probably all get blown up if we mess up, but minor detail.
I have a question Airy.
What's your question?
How far does your
Everything is like 60. Everything I've got is like.
I think I'm gonna be manning the ballista then, because my longest one is like a 30-foot cube, and it's not.
Well, to be fair, it does take 3 people to man the ballista, so
Yeah.
more than likely, at least half, more than likely half of us will be.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Eldritch Blast is 120 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Warlocks have range.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I was just curious.
yeah, but again, the ballista takes several people to man anyway, so. And, I mean, I'm sure the ballista is far in a different category of damage than my Eldritch Blast. it's a ship's ballista.
True, but ironically, your hex is still just as valuable.
That's a good point. The range of the hex is 90 feet.
I mean, close.
But also, I can flex my range to the whale from the ship better than anyone else.
Because you can swim.
Yeah. So we don't. That doesn't necessarily mean the ship has to be within 90 feet. I just have to be not noticeable enough to be lunch while I'm doing it.
Also, smaller vessels and jolly boats may be able to close the distance to the whale and engage
And
the
move
whale
more
at
quickly in the
harpoon
process.
range. Almost as if there's a historical relevance for that.
Yeah.
Oh, so do we have these?
Yeah, don't you remember we
You
we
used
yeah,
one
we
just
used
last
those.
week.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The fold a boat. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have the advantage that your jolly boat is magical, so it's less likely to get surfed by the tail or flipper of a whale.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and probably moves faster than I swim through space.
It depends on how well it's piloted.
Hmm.
At this point, Archibald speaks up and says,
But I'm proficient at piloting that.
that'll
Yes,
definitely
Archibald.
help. Archibald speaks up and says, I certainly speak for no one but myself, Mum. But, well, you know that I'm not in this crew for personal gain or glory. Firstly, the removal of such a beast from the space lanes would in fact make everyone else safer. And secondly,
Let's go kill Tofua'a Uaiti.
that was Admiral Samuels, and that means the Enderby will be taking to the skies. And not for myself, Mom, but for everyone else on the crew. Watching the Enderby fire once in your lifetime is definitely a thing worth taking a risk for.
Must be a
I believe
big
that
gun.
from the gift.
Must be a really big gun. Must make him feel really close to his. Was it a god or a goddess?
God. Well, they don't.
God.
To be fair, we don't know.
Oh.
But remember the bombard that we
What's
ran
up?
into a few weeks ago that we passed?
Vividly.
Yeah. So that was a bombard.
Uh-huh.
The Enderby is a grand bombard.
Well, that's a major holy artifact right there.
The barrel of a bombard can be used to plumb the barrel of a greater bombard.
Uh-huh.
So this is like a religious pilgrimage for him, you know.
It may be for you too by the time it's done.
I need to start looking for small, either ceramic or wooden empty barrels or something like that. maximum 5 pounds. Mind you, I
Or-
too have to be. I have a spell, Catapult.
So you need the item to be 5 pounds, or it needs to be able to hold 5 pounds?
Nope. I need items that are 5 pounds or less. They are effectively ammunition.
Okay, what you're going
You're
to
gonna
want to
make
get,
it-
and they're going to be able to be gotten at the pier station before you leave, is you are going to want to get a 2-gallon cask. They weigh about 4.5 pounds, and they are, I mean, I can't get the size in the shot for everyone else to see, but they're about this big.
Right.
Right.
They weigh that much empty, of course.
Yeah, they weigh that much
Or it would
empty.
be like 20 pounds.
Yeah. Normally about 25, but empty they're about 5 pounds.
Okay.
Wait a
You
minute.
make little bombs.
I would be
He's
relaying
doing
this for
calculations.
Steph. So what is the threat this thing poses other than just being another undead floating around in the sea?
Well, according to legend, Tofua'a Uaiti was created by Asban the Archmage as a threat throughout deep space. And while it does not enter a wild space, so it does not make threat to anyone on world, it has been known to travel through shipping lanes and attack vessels and crew. It is a being of such necromantic energy that its attacks can permanently scar or maim, even if they do not kill.
Hence that that she's got up there. Yeah, that's some nasty necrotic stuff there. So what are the odds of us running into this thing on our own sometime during our career if we don't run into it now? Like, how much?
Probably small. It happens so infrequently that it is still considered to be simply just a folklore in some circles.
Okay. So it's not like it's likely to be a risk if we
goodness.
choose not to deal with it now.
And the one was talking like they had a beat on location. If they managed to get the flotilla they're asking for,
It
well,
will be dead. Yes.
I mean, even if we go, we have the option to pretty much continually affect our risk level by how tight in we get or not. I mean, if we get there and it looks like it's too tricky a fight, we certainly can still pull back. I mean, with a whole flotilla, the odds that it's going to just take beat on us first are pretty small. We can see whether we think we belong in that fight or not. Like I said, it doesn't matter much to me either way. It's not my ship. I mean, I took a job to serve the captain, so...
For the record, because this question has also been asked privately twice, once by a player, once not. If the players decide that they don't want to go and hunt an undead whale, the players can decide they don't want to go and hunt an undead whale, and we move on to a different type of scenario and encounter, maybe even just going, okay, here's your freebie level, and moving on to the next thing we were planning on doing anyway. Because you can probably get a level's worth of experience for being smart enough not to hunt an undead whale.
Not to hunt an undead whale.
That being said, yeah, do not consider this is a must-go
Not hammer a
situation.
plot.
I do not hammer plots, with the exception of when I drop you into Ravenloft, because that's an entirely different situation. Here, you have the choice of doing this thing or not. It's also
Ooh,
why the
who
captain
votes
is asking
no?
your advice.
I mean,
What does my patron think of undead anyway? That's an interesting question.
Your patron's general position on undead is they're not a cosmic entity, so I don't give a.
Don't care. Okay. No strong opinion either way.
Yeah, I'm afraid my deity's view on it is probably about the same.
Oh no, your deity is very much against undead.
Oh, they
A
are.
deity of nature, yes. Undead is the
I
antithesis of nature.
I need to read more about Shanti then.
Yeah.
I thought I read everything there was.
Well, if you think about it, Shanti is a god of nature and harvest. Harvest is the purview of life and creation.
Life. Yeah. Undead aren't really good for your harvest. Don't ask me how I know.
Necromancy is unlife and discreation. They're not destruction.
okay.
They are just a unnatural state, which is neither growing nor dying.
Yeah. So yeah, your god would very much be against this thing's existence.
She would probably also not necessarily be go and throw yourself down the belly of an undead whale, but so she would understand either decision, but specifically given the choice of making sure it's dead or not, all other things being equal, she would probably prefer it destroyed. The question is if you feel that you have the capacity to do that or assist in that. If you don't, she would probably prefer you to remain alive rather than dead.
Yeah, that is very true. And I do not feel that I have the capacity to really help much with this particular quest. So, Bug doesn't care. Slime doesn't care. That just leaves you and me, Gordon.
Bug is more, it's unnatural, it probably should die.
So my old preference for killing it, but doesn't actually want to die to do it.
Yeah, yes.
Honestly, I kind of feel the same way. I kind of find undead to be icky.
They're definitely icky, but
I mean,
just waiting to hear you chime in, Gordon.
we have to pick our battles. This is not business. As Captain mentioned, risk to reward is kind of crap here.
All right.
Still, I got to admit, would be kind of interesting to be part of that legend, especially if we actually managed to pit.
Archibald says, "Well, there is one other thing to consider. As Seth had mentioned, we don't know exactly how many ships have agreed to join the flotilla, which is an important part of determining the risk, right?
Yeah.
So, if there's a dozen ships and we join in, that's an entirely different level of risk than if there's two and we join in.
Absolutely. I would say if this is a large enough group that we can go towards... I'm going to amend this in a minute too. If this is a large enough group that we can kind of get there and then decide whether we get into the fight or not, I have no problem with it. If it's going to be, we have to take this thing out ourselves, I don't really want that level of risk. But also to be considered is to find out where we're going, where it's going to be, and as Gordon mentioned, in terms of business, is it going to be a huge waste of resources in terms of getting all the way to where it is to possibly have no work, or is it somewhere where we could pick up a job if we got to that area and said, hey, let's not, but we can go pick up this job while we're here.
Also
Can
valid.
we loop it into business? Can we loop it into business is another thing. I mean, if we have to go a month out that way, and there's nothing there to pick up in terms of work if this doesn't work out, or even if we don't land the final blow. Now we've just wasted 2 months of not getting any money. But if it's somewhere we can go get there and go, yeah, I'm not liking this. Why don't we just go take this job over here instead? Then I'm a lot more in favor of it. Because that changes the risk reward ratio at that point.
That sounds like we need more information. So,
To which the captain says, so perhaps what we do is, this captain is going to be calling a GAM, which is a meeting of captains or officers, in
Okay.
order to determine who all is in the flotilla.
Got it.
It's not going to cost us anything to show, and if there's enough
it,
numbers to make it seem reasonable, it's not going to cost us anything to tag along. And if at any point we decide that the threat becomes too great, we can always duck out.
Yeah, because if the threat becomes too great, it's too big an investment. However, if the threat is very low and we can take the opportunistic shot to take the last shot, then it's a pretty good payoff.
Exactly. And if enough people are all trying to hit it in order to weaken it, in order to get in that last shot, it all just becomes a matter of timing.
I don't think it's worth high risk, but I think if there's a low risk way to get in on it and possibly score the lucky shot, then it might be. Especially since, I mean, let's face it, the captain's feelings still mean nothing to me in this matter. I mean, she's the captain and she has an enmity. That's not nothing. I signed up to be part of this crew. That's kind of important to me. But
Yeah.
but yeah, I think just attending the meeting to find out how big the force is going to be and how far we're going, where we're going, is probably not the worst idea in the world.
Okay.
I agree.
So I am going to suggest that the 4 of you go to the GAM.
Let us do that.
Yes. The way
Okay.
it works is a GAM is generally going to be attended by either a captain or their first mate / spelljamming pilot, depending on if the captain is able to man a spelljamming helm or not. Most times, if a captain can man a helm, they'll generally have a first mate that is, much like Archibald, big enough to take the threats that can normally squish a wizard. So, often a ship will be captained by a martially trained person, and then they'll have a spelljammer, or the captain will be arcanely trained and they'll have a martially trained first mate. Occasionally you'll find ships that have a arcane captain as well as a spelljammer. This ship would be a pretty good obvious example. So what I'm going to say is, I'm going to have Archibald stay here with me, to which Archibald nods and says, right, Mom. And I'm going to have the 4 of you go to the GAM.
Okay.
And if anybody asks...
Consigliere again.
What was that?
Say we're the crew of the Consigliere again.
Yes. And if anyone asks specifically, Seth is the spelljammer of the vessel.
Got it.
Right.
I mean, I can, so it's cool.
Exactly. More importantly, it means that you're the one that's going to have the most opportunity to talk at the GAM. And
Gotcha.
out
That
of
is
the
what I
4
do.
of you, I think you are the most glib-tongued of the 4.
Mm-hmm.
Probably true. All right.
Mm.
Don't worry, Gordon. We don't have to go if the numbers don't look good. I just want to
Yeah.
find out what the numbers look like.
Mm. Well, you
All
do
right.
the talking bits. I'll do the math.
All right. Deal.
So the four
I'll
of
just
you,
stand there and look pretty.
there you go.
Purr.
So the four of you set out towards the other pier. After asking around briefly, you find out that the captain who was speaking is named Corstil. And she is the captain of a whale ship named Algon. Now, a whale ship is not a ship made out of whale, much like a dragonfly ship is not a ship made out of dragonflies. A whale ship is a metal vessel that has a silhouette similar to that of a whale. It is a larger vessel. It is normally used for large cargo storage.
Sorry, the name of the ship again?
The Algon. Algon.
Just in case.
Aye.
So,
All right, Exo.
after asking around, you do find that you do find a large whale ship made out of a blue metal that you're not terribly familiar with. Although, as I say that, I realize there is the possibility that that Gordon might be. So, Gordon, give me a investigation roll. You have advantage for smithing things.
Was there a little bit of time before the game?
Yeah, plenty of
Okay.
time.
I'm probably
Also, everyone assume that there is going to be a rest in between everything that happened and when you leave, so you'll be able to plan spell lists and everything accordingly.
gotcha.
So if you
I'm
you
going
can reset
to-
any of those.
I'm going to brush up on the different types of ships before we go to the meeting because I want to know what people are bringing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know, like, I want to have some idea by name of ship type what kind of armaments and stuff are in the flotilla.
That's very reasonable. Okay. So you make
Even
it
if I have to bring a little handbook, I don't care.
So you walk down the pier and you make it to the Alagon. It is a massive vessel, easily 3 times the size of the Wandering Glider.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
With a 13, you're not sure what the material of this vessel is. You believe it is probably an alloyed steel of some kind, which is redundant, as steel itself is in fact an
There's an alloy.
However, you believe it to be some kind of alloyed
An
steel.
alloy.
But it should mean that the vessel is exceptionally durable, and able to take greater impact than one would expect for a vessel of its size. And its size is also quite large.
Okay.
So this seems to be a very durable vessel. As such, it will probably be what's called the master ship of the flotilla, which means once the flotilla is in space, any further gams will be held on the Algon. As technically this one is too, so that all works.
Okay.
This is not a typical whale ship, then.
No, it is definitely more, it seems to be more durable than a normal whale ship. This would be a very expensive vessel to procure.
A very expensive whale ship.
Yes.
Or built with specific purpose in mind.
That may be as well. All right, so let's Let's throw a couple counters over here. And we're gonna pop, pop, pop. Let's bring everyone together.
Yay! Together!
You guys are going to be here. We're just using this as a meeting room on the other ship. Because there would be a room this size on that ship. You've already seen Admiral Samuels. You've already seen, but do not know the name of this man. You've already seen, but do not know the name of this person. I don't want to say man or woman because the Rygar are inherently androgynous, and you really can't tell.
Okay.
Standing right next to...
It doesn't matter to me. I forget that kind of stuff all the time anyway.
Standing right next to the Rygar is this woman. And where is... There we go. And then that is Captain Corstill.
So guys, also, when we're listening to everybody, all the captains talk, I want you to listen for things like, what does it sound like they're in it for, and, you know, how personal it seems to them, that sort of thing. You know, we're doing careful mathematical business calculations on this, and I want to know if they're just all, like...
And you want to know how many of them are also doing the math.
I want to know how many of them are doing the math versus how many of them are being in some way fanatical. This is an undead. It may be a holy mission for some of them, which gives them a lot of fervor, but not necessarily a lot of sense. So we want to listen for all those kinds of things to, you know, determine motivations and how useful we think each of these other vessels is going to be in the flotilla because of the motivations of the people involved. I don't want to get into a crazy, you know, religious fanatic, you know, like, it's fine to have feelings about this as on a religious level, but I don't want to be in a group of zealots attacking something bigger than us.
Yeah.
Because I don't want that level to be responsible for that level of dumb. So that's another thing I have in my head, at least, of something to pay attention to during the game.
Also entering the room now is this captain.
Okay.
Stop it. Back in your hole.
Gordon, are you pacing?
No, he's trying to figure out how to turn around.
Oh.
There.
That's right. I accidentally moved everyone. So he comes into the room as well. Oh, there will be other captains arriving, but that is he walked in after you, and the others were already here in discussion.
Okay.
So that's where we're going to pick this up from at the moment. We have Admiral Samuels. We have Captain Corstill. We have the Rygar, whose name you have not heard. We have the other Githyanki, whose name you did not heard. And we have the Astral Elven individual who just came in.
Okay.
You do remember seeing him because he stands out in the crowd. You do remember seeing him at the throng of people who were listening before.
What is the name of the class the Wandering Glider is called?
Dragonfly.
A dragonfly or damselfly ship. It is technically it is a dragonfly ship, which is a damselfly class vessel. The dragonflies are older models.
Okay.
Some consider them more limited because they don't have quite the mobility or flight capabilities of the damselflies, but they have slightly more storage, and captains of dragonfly ships generally tout their durability and reliability as more important than maneuverability.
Okay.
So, is there anything that anyone would like to say to anyone that they see, or should I just have NPCs start talking to each other?
I mean, I would have gone through and introduced myself to people, but...
Okay. In that case, then you know that Admiral Samuels is the captain of the Grand Bombard, the Enderby. Of course, you already knew that bit of information.
Okay.
You know that Captain Quarstel is the captain of the Algon, which is the whale ship that you are on currently.
Yep.
Rygar's pilot vessels called aesthetics, which are genetically engineered craft that only Rygar can pilot.
Okay.
So you know for a fact that the aesthetic has some interesting combat capabilities, most of which wouldn't be useful against a necromantic being, however. Predominantly what Rygar ships are known for is their capabilities for disabling spelljamming helms.
Interesting. Yeah, that's not really going to help against the whale, though.
Right. The woman that came in with the Rygar, whose name is Tiandar.
Okay.
Her name is Arla the Lockshoe. You don't know what a Lockshoe is, but you now know that Arla is one of them.
Okay.
The other Githyanki captain, his name is Kaleg Wrath. And he is the captain of a hammerhead ship named the Bachelor.
Okay.
Hammerheads are medium warships, specifically designed, as the name would suggest, for ramming large targets. They are designed for capital ship to capital ship combat.
Well, the whale would qualify.
Yes. And in fact, the Hammerhead and Grand Bombard working together gives you a very strong ranged and melee combination.
Right. All right. So
and the last one is Captain Kylieth Citreffi, which is difficult to say as Macho Man. Kylieth Citreffi is a captain of an elven man-o-war named the First King.
Okay.
He also...
I don't know why I feel like I've heard of that.
An elven man-o-war?
No, the First King.
There might be reasons.
I feel like I've heard of that ship before.
Elven man-o-wars are specifically crafted elven ships that they want you to believe are as limited in availability and piloting capability as the Rygar aesthetics. However, technically anybody can helm an elven ship. At least until an elf finds out that there's a non-elf piloting it.
You're doing it.
He also brings up on at least 17 occasions in the first 30 seconds that he is a captain of the Zarxian fleet.
Okay. Is more of the fleet planning to attend?
Likely not. However, I will bring the glory of this kill back to the Zarxian Empire. or at least a trophy of it, to prove the might of the Zarxian Empire and the Zarxian fleet.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's there for conquest.
He is definitely. You get the. Give me an insight check. It actually rolled off my map. That's not supposed to happen. 17. He is most definitely here for conquest.
Okay.
He is most definitely here for conquest.
He does, however, have a man of war.
Yes. Which, while being a light cruiser, it's an elven light cruiser, and that makes it one step up in pretty much every category.
Right. So, a little bit, tiny bit on the crazy meter, but can probably back it up.
Yes.
The Bachelor as a hammerhead. Who was that?
That was Captain Caligraph.
Telegraph.
Yes.
And which one was that? I just realized I wrote them down, but without any ability to match them to their
this one
pictures.
here.
Okay. Who is the one who's acquainted with Captain Corstel?
Well, they're both of the same. Oh wait, you speak the language enough to know when he said
I might
sister.
have gotten that wrong. Hold on. Because some. Yeah, Gith,
Yep.
right?
Yes.
Gith. Yes. Okay, then that was right. I just wanted to check that.
He said Kresh sister, which generally means they're from the same hometown, for lack of a better word. A Kresh is a pocket of Githyanki living in a commune somewhere that is not inside of the Astral Sea. So in other words, if there is a village of Githyanki on a planet, that village is, in their language, is called a Kresh.
Okay. So my point is, the Captain Telegraph is probably there for Captain Corstel.
More than likely not, yeah. Also, Githyanki don't make friends easily. They're generally so when they find other members of their own race that they can tolerate, they generally try to look out for them.
Makes sense.
Okay. Let's see. Tandor, was Tandor the captain of the Rygor ship? Did I
Yes.
write that right? Okay.
Because Tiandar is the Rygar. And there is only one Rygar on a ship.
Okay.
There's only one Rygar on an aesthetic, and that Rygar is the one who created the aesthetic.
And that, aside from us, is probably the least battle-ready of the ships we've mentioned, right? That we know of, or at least battle-ready for this situation.
Possibly.
What's that?
Possibly. It's aesthetics are very unusual, and you're not terribly familiar with them, having never served
it might have
on one, not being a
capabilities that
Rygar.
we don't
Correct.
know about. And did I glean anything from what Captain Tiandar's motivation might be for being involved?
Well, let's have a conversation with Captain Tiandar, and then we go. Unfortunately, this voice is supposed to sound a lot more like David Bowie than Randy Savage, but we'll just go with it anyway.
Okay.
Because this is not exactly what I would consider androgynous.
Maybe if you just raise the pitch just a little bit.
And that's with as much fry as I'm doing, that's not going to
happen.
Not without me accidentally hitting the webcam with my tonsils.
Okay, no, we don't need that.
That just sounds messy.
It sounds painful.
Sounds gross.
Could try passing it through the pitch shit tool.
Don't give him ideas, please.
That's not the worst idea.
Hey,
Wow, that's
Oh,
weird
there it
because I'm
is.
sounding like this and then this happens. And
that is weird.
that's very, very weird.
That's very weird.
That is
It's a
very
little weird.
that is very weird. How
There we
about
go.
that? There we go. That's pretty close actually. I am Captain Tiandar.
Greetings.
Captain, my name is Seth. I'm the Spelljammer for the Wandering Glider here on behalf of Captain Zernaska. So,
You are a plasmoid.
I
and
am.
yet you choose to take a fairly bipedal form. I don't want that much echo. Is that better? That's better.
I like to try to more or less blend in with the people I'm associating with. It just seems polite.
I can understand an interest in politeness. However, you must remember that their physical forms are inherently flawed, whereas a being of equilateral surface tension is inherently perfected.
I bow graciously.
So, what brings you on this voyage?
That's actually what I was hoping to ask you as well. We,
Well, then it's a shame that you didn't get to it first.
Well said. We are actually here to ascertain whether or not we're coming on this voyage. The captain is elven and therefore has an enmity toward undead.
Understood.
But
This
we are
would
trying to
be-
ascertain.
This would definitely be a voyage of your lifetime.
Indeed. Why would you say that?
The opportunity to remove a creature millennia old from the Astral Sea, for obvious reasons, is something that does not occur frequently to something that lives but a century or two.
Fair assessment. It would be something to be part of a unique moment in time. Do I know anything about the lifespan of the Rygor?
Give me an Arcana or History check.
I have the same chance at each. Which is none.
Which is
Apparently.
none when you roll that.
Oh dear.
It's fine.
You
Another
know
way
that
now.
you don't recall ever hearing of one dying. You know that you don't recall ever hearing of one dying of old age.
Okay.
That doesn't necessarily mean much. I mean, you don't recall hearing about too many orcs dying of old age, and they don't live that long.
Right, because they just don't.
Exactly.
They don't live that long, and they don't even live that long.
They don't live as long as not living that long.
All right.
Anyone else that wanted to check that those options were available as well.
Oh, well, I'll
Arcana or history?
give it a roll.
I mean,
Give it a roll.
you legitimately can't do worse.
You can't. I
I could
completely
do about
botched
the
it.
same.
You did 4 times
Nope.
better.
Yep. You did not crit fail.
Well, I don't have any
You
bonuses to
believe
our.
the Rygar. You believe the Rygar are a longer-lived race similar to elves, but aside from that, you don't know anything much more specifically. Gordon, on the other hand, knows a lot. He may have
Gordon
studied
knows
Rygar
a
at some point in the past.
Gordon knows things.
Yep.
You know that Rygar are sometimes credited with creating, or at least teaching other races, the very concept of art and beauty at the earliest points of those races developing culture.
Hence the ship being called an aesthetic.
They also claim to have invented spelljamming helms, or rather invented the device in an aesthetic that functions as a spelljamming helm. And the spelljamming helms were an intent to mimic the capabilities of the Rygar's aesthetic without needing to build an aesthetic.
Ah.
You also know that the Rygar are exceptionally limited in how many of their race remain, and that they used a combination of alchemical and arcane manipulation of their own gene pool, for lack of a non-modernized term, billions of years ago, which is why all of the remaining Rygar appear androgynous. Whether or not it is why the Rygar have such a limited number of such a limited population vis-a-vis they are now either sterile or very close to it, is rumored, but it's not something that the Rygar speak on, so there's no way to know for sure. However, most Rygar live in the Astral Sea, or spend most of their time in it, and are beings who probably can live 5 to 10 centuries if their age is advancing normally, which none of them do. So Rygars are generally thousands of years old.
But Gordon knows this. I don't know this.
Yes, Gordon's the only one that knows that. It's kicking around inside that frying pan he calls a brain.
Usually,
He only had a brain.
it's a cast iron Dutch oven.
I'm sorry,
Not a
the
frying
cast
pan.
iron Dutch oven that he calls a brain.
If he only had a brain, he could cook things.
This is your brain. This is your brain cooking in Gordon's brain. Any questions?
If you ever get me Grog again, damn.
Wow.
It's a totally out of game conversation.
Fine.
I'd never say anything like that in game.
Sorry, bro.
Because there's actually one piece of information in there I would use if I had it, but that's okay.
Yeah.
So that was our answer. Are you here to be part of a legacy based on what you said?
I'm sorry. I'm already part of many legacies.
That's wonderful.
I have no need to add one more to my long list of accomplishments. However, I will tell you the reason that I am here is due to an oath bond of sorts.
Ah. Very valid reason, of course. Interesting.
Let's have somebody else walk in.
I was gonna say, why don't we have someone interrupt?
3, 4, 5. Somebody pick a number from 1 to 5.
2.
2.
There you go.
All right. Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
I made the image, but I don't think I put it together into a file. Hold on. No, I know I did. Where is it?
So to me, Tiandor is a complete wild card. He's here for obligation, which tells us nothing about how he'd interact with things, although he's apparently pretty experienced. They're apparently pretty experienced, so they probably would be competent, but we know nothing about the capabilities of a right warship. This is like every time we have like a few minutes where we're separated or whatever, I'm just rambling through things we've found out.
Right.
Admiral Samuels is an admiral. He has a Grand Bombard. Certainly he's going to have a lot of combat capabilities. He's probably here to kill a trophy. Would be my guess.
Anyone looking at the stream right now, don't worry about this CR. I'm basically just using this so I can get the racials part of it, and I'll adjust the rest of it later. I'm not saying that the captain of the vessel is a CR 1/2 creature.
Like, oh, well, now that captain's gone. And Captain Corstal. Well, I mean, for one thing, the Gith in general are they not emphatic as a race?
Generally, yes.
Yeah. So, and has obviously run into this creature before, because given what we were told about the creature's capability, that's probably how she sustained her injuries. So I'm assuming she has a grudge. I mean, people that are people that are trophy hunting and whatnot doesn't necessarily mean that they're not competent. In fact, many of them really are. Everyone here seems to, the impression I get, either specifically want to kill something big, or are here out of loyalty in some way, shape, or form.
And in the door walks a female Hidozi captain.
Indeed!
Who walks up to Captain Corstal and says, "Captain, has your flotilla yet been filled?" To which Corstal says, "I have not put a max on the number of ships we will take with us. We will bring all who feel ready for travel." To which she then says, "I am Captain Banafil of the Tanhao, and I am willing to pledge my ship to this adventure." To which Captain Corstal nods in approval and says, "What vessel do you have?" And the Captain Banafil says, "It is a squid ship." You know that a squid ship is the Spelljammer equivalent to a sloop. They are small. They are crewed by less than a dozen people. They're slightly smaller than the Damselfly class.
Okay.
But they
are strikers.
But they are exceptionally fast and usually better armed and armored than Damselflies.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. Cute little glass cannons.
Yes.
Daring vessel indeed. It's very, very daring to be the captain or crew of a squid.
I mean, a lot of them are just used as like cigar boats are today. They're basically just speed vessels. They're often used for racing purposes, but
Okay.
pirates also utilize them for taking out support vessels around a target. Also,
Gotcha.
pirate
Yeah.
hunting
Sure.
flotillas will use them to take out the support vessels around, a pirate admiral's cruiser.
Okay.
So
So they're like kind of use as crowd control.
they're
and so on.
interdictors. Yes.
Interdictors, yeah. If we're close enough to conversation, I will interject. That raises an interesting question, Captain Corstal. Are you expecting the whale to have anything else around it that Captain Bonifil's interdiction capabilities would be particularly useful for?
Oh, most definitely.
Indeed.
All Kanduri, as they are so large, they inherently develop a wake of smaller spacefaring creatures behind them.
Feeder fish.
Feeders. Many of them will have scavers following behind. The man responsible for this has arrived.
Oh?
Yeah, Mogwai.
Oh.
The man responsible for this.
Hey, Mogs.
Hello, Mogwai.
So, Kandori always have like a minor ecosystem's worth of feeders and carrion following them. The White Kandori is no different. The only difference being that the necromantic energies which exude from the beast has undoubtedly affected everything that follows in its wake as well. Therefore, we can expect that the scavers and the other things that will be accompanying it will need to be handled and removed before we can go after the main prize. My intention is to use smaller vessels to try to pull some of these threats in smaller numbers away from Tofua'a Uaiti so that we can engage them in more controlled combat before going after the main prize.
But still gang tackling each of those threats as we pull them away.
Yes,
That's the strategy.
because I'd rather the numbers be in our favor than theirs.
Agreed. So that's the general strategy. Whereabouts do you believe this Kandori to be right now?
I don't need to believe it to be anywhere. I have used a considerable sum of money to be able to create a arcane compass which will be able to track the monster.
But we don't know where we're going in advance. We just have to follow the compass.
Yes. The good news is that we also can't miss.
Yes, of course. Hmm. All right. By and large, at this point, I'm just waiting to see what kinds of things other people are saying. Does anybody have anything else we want to find out or ask about?
Well, also, you can all give me a perception check while Mogwai can give me a number from 1 to 4.
Perception check. Normal.
Not bad. Also not bad. Also very good.
Much
Very
better.
good.
And a 3. So we have that one.
Three.
Well, Mogwai's 3, specifically.
Oh, Mogwai's 3.
We have
Oh,
that
okay.
one. Try to remember which
That's
4 captains
fine.
haven't come in yet. We have not brought in Elbin. We have not brought in
I don't have any more room on my paper.
Melee, Pluvy, and Silvertooth. Okay, so that means this one comes in. And next, the dupe. That is a plasmoid.
It is.
Definitely a plasmoid.
Excellent.
So the plasmoid comes in and kind of floppily waves over towards Seth
Yes, of course.
before
Greet my fellow plasmoid.
approaching the captain, and doing in a very similar fashion. This is Captain Pluvy of the flying fish ship, the Rosebud. Flying Fish is a light cruiser as well, so slightly larger than the Damselfly.
Okay. Good mix of ships, at least.
You're
Looks
welcome.
like we've got about a dozen, haven't we? Something like dozen
3,
ships.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have like 8 or so written down. Right now.
Seth would know that of everyone that has gathered and have been talking, because all the captains are mingling and trying to find out who has what and who has the fastest ship and who has the biggest ship and who has the toughest ship and who has the most armed ship, and that's obviously
Sure.
the GIF.
Duh.
The general feel is that Admiral Samuels wants to fire his gun at things.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Captain Corstill wants revenge.
Yeah.
Captain Tiandar is a Rygar and is above any petty conversations that are addressed to him, her.
Him, her, them.
Captain Calligraph is a Githyanki and is in charge of a hammerhead. Therefore, he's pretty sure he has the second best combative ship in the group so far, and also kind of acts like a dick. But that's just a Githyanki thing. They're racially
it is. Yeah, but just he's literally probably here for the competition. Of the matter.
Captain Citreffi of the Zarxian fleet of the Zarxian Empire, with his elven Zarxian man of war, named the First King, named after the first king of the Zarxian Empire. Did he mention he's from the Zarxian Empire?
He did, actually.
Couple of times.
He is here because in several thousand years, no one has managed to defeat this undead abomination, but that's mostly because there has never been a Zarxian vessel involved in the hunt, and therefore he is sure that he will be able to help defeat the thing and bring further glory to the Zarxian Empire, because he's a Zarxian captain of the Zarxian fleet from the Zarxian Empire.
I mean, he does have a man of war, so it's not... He's not
entirely wrong. And
yeah.
You get the opinion from Captain Banithil, the Hidozi, that this is all just terribly exciting.
Okay.
Like, when asked specifically if they're here for, religious reasons, it's no. Or they're here for the money. I mean, it's nice, but no. It's basically, this is something I've never done before.
Right. It's something new and exciting. Got
Noctis, give me a 1 through 3.
3.
And now, in walks. Well, first you hear approaching before you see about 10 to 12 paces of squeaking noises.
Okay.
Before stepping in the door is this individual.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay. That may be the only person in the room at the moment more colorful than myself. I'm impressed.
They are a space clown. That is in fact a race.
That is an actual race.
That is an actual race. I'm not even making this up. This is how crazy Spelljammer is. I don't need to make up space clowns.
Will it pop if I poke its nose with a pin?
That would
I mean, I
require,
will.
that would
I
require
really don't
initiative.
suggest it.
I mean, I will. Would you like to see it?
And across
Yes.
across the makeup of the face, you see a bird pattern similar to an albatross. But it's okay because they've got a big smile underneath.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh yeah, sure.
No problem.
And carrying what appears to be a very tricked out super soaker.
Yes,
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like.
a super soaker.
That's
9000.
sarcastic.
That took me a couple of minutes.
That's sarcastic.
I hope it's filled with acid or something because it's not really going to be worth the damn against a whale if it's not.
Could be filled with holy water.
Oh, holy water! Yes,
I mean, you don't
I
know.
think I might be able to make holy water.
You might be able to. You should be able
Spit
to.
in its face. That works every time.
You could, in fact, make flasks of holy water, which Gordon could use as projectiles for his catapult
Yeah.
spell.
Catapult,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh.
There's a combination.
Ooh. Bomb it with holy water.
So,
Okay, so the space clown.
Mogwai, do I have your
Melt's
permission to
undead,
break
right?
character just long enough to introduce the space clown captain in a way that's going to be even more terrifying than if I did it as Macho Man Randy Savage?
Okay.
All right. Man, this is a character switch. You got to give me a second.
All right.
Okay. Our break is coming up soon, right?
It is.
My feet are frozen. I need
was just-
socks.
Just trying to get the last two
let's
the
just
last
get the
two
last
pilots in. The last couple
Yeah, okay.
captains in.
All right, let's get the last couple. In.
So the space clown steps forward
Mhm.
after the puddle leaves the area. The space clown steps forward and says,
More than 56 played mistaken identity.
"Oh no! More than 56 played mistaken identity.
What does that mean?
That means I get to do something crazy.
Okay.
As if all of this isn't already crazy."
Uh-huh.
Crazy.
Kind of a given
So
in
the
this
so the
campaign.
space clown steps forward and says, "Captain Corstal, I'm here to join your flotilla. I think this is going to be exceptionally fun."
Pretty much what I expected a space clown to sound like.
Oh my goddess. Oh my goddess.
There you go. That's what space clowns sound like.
See, the greatest thing about being a plasmoid is that I have the universe's most exceptional poker face.
Yes, while I don't.
You can never see an expression on my face.
I'm
You
trying
have
not to
no
laugh.
clue.
Well, while you're trying not to laugh, pick number 1 or number 2.
2.
2.
Poor number one just sitting there in the wings waiting.
Number 1 sitting there going, but I was
But
ready
what
the whole time.
It is the loneliest number.
It is.
It is now.
It's about to be the only one
Well
that's not
done.
in.
Well played.
Right, number 2.
Number 2.
I would sing that, but I think we would get in trouble.
You see someone in exceptionally lavish but slightly aged garb. High cuffed boots, well polished at some point, but the leather has started to age. Ship breeches, a heavy coat, which at one time was a perfect velvet, and that velvet has just faded and perhaps stained in places slightly.
Patchy.
A well-worn but weathered Buccaneer's hat, complete with feathering, which has started to fade and lilt and might be broken in a couple places. And someone that generally has the appearance of the undead.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were getting at. Interesting.
Everyone give me I guess history or insight. There's really no way to know local information, so roll me a something.
Okay.
I'll give you an insight.
I've got like the same bonuses on all these anyway.
My wisdom checks.
Nope. I'm clueless.
I appear to know what this is.
Everyone but Seth has heard of this race, and I don't know why she hasn't, but there you go.
I was not paying attention that day in class.
So, there are legends of buccaneers who are so enamored by the lure of gold and of doing generally corsair-like things that even after death, they continue to sail the seas. And they are known as, prepare for the pun, and I didn't make up this one either.
Oh, you didn't?
No. These are in the book.
Oh.
They are known as Vampirates.
Oh, you've got to
You
be...
lie. You totally made that up.
I did not, and Noctis can validate that.
Oh, God. Oh, it hurts
I
so
haven't
much.
invented
It
any
hurts.
of these races. This is just all
Now,
the wonder that
it's
is
so
Spelljammer.
Now we know why Seth does not remember the existence of this race. Seth has blocked the bad pun out of Seth's head.
There you go.
Oh.
Until this moment, I completely forgot that they even existed because I forgot on purpose.
I wish I had forgot on purpose.
See how smart I am?
And the last pilot, the last captain to come in is right there.
Okay. Who'll be you? Well, hello,
Captain
darling.
Howdy. But, I mean,
So, out of these two, this way we can introduce this, get this information, skip the break, and then you guys can be back on your ship having a discussion about what to do next.
Yeah.
When we come back from break. The Vampirate is Captain Silvertooth Lancaster.
Of course he is.
She is. Of
Huh?
the who pilots the Rachel, which is a Kindori skeleton ship. That is inappropriate. Of course it is. Kindori skeleton ships are literally vessels that are made from the corpses of Kindori whales. It is a whale-bone ship.
so they're here looking to patch up some holes.
Possibly.
Get
I'm
a few
here
more
looking
bones
for,
the ship.
Raw resources for the vessel.
And the last one is Captain Maylee Galanadel. And she is the captain of the Star Maiden, which is in fact a Scorpion, which is also a small ship, slightly larger than the Damselfly,
Okay.
and is actually a very good breach and boarding ship because scorpions are called scorpions because of their large front pincer appendages, which can be used to latch on to other vessels. Also can be used in boarding attacks for disabling masts and such things.
Would be very useful in this fight.
Oh, there's definitely uses for a capability like that.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 captains. You have met one probably first mate as well.
Right.
And the group of you know that there are at least 3 capital ships. The Kindori skeleton ship, the Hammerhead, and the Grand Bombard. Technically, you might want to consider the whale ship to also be a capital ship. It's just barely big enough, but it is more armored than a normal whaling ship, so it probably counts. So then that's 4 capital ships, and the rest being medium or light cruisers, and then also smaller vessels.
That's a good assortment, though.
I think we'll have plenty of combat experience because of the dross that's following the undead whale that's probably undead too.
The Vampirates obviously know a lot about hunting these things, since they make their ships out of them.
Not necessarily obvious, but...
All right. So we do need to take a break. Do we need to...
So we are going to take a break. So when we come back, we will do a couple more minutes after we come back of asking any questions that you want to do. Have questions with these groups. At that point, then you guys will be able to return to your ship to make what decisions you want to make with the notes that you have taken to bring back to your captain and Archibald. And I will refill my glass because oddly enough, I've been drinking a lot of water to try to make sure that I don't hurt my voice.
Why?
I don't know either.
I wonder why.
So
I need some lubrication.
So everyone, we will be back in just a few moments, so stick around.
Surprised you don't have a spray bottle.
Welcome back, everyone. I am your Dungeon Macho here with you once again as we begin the second part of our Spelljammer adventure for the evenings. So, the 4 of you have now met 10 captains that have been willing to join this flotilla. They are all joining for various reasons. Some personal, some larger, some
professional,
some just to be here. You've also gotten a brief overview on all of the different vessels, and they do have a fairly good range of sizes that would be involved.
Yeah, it's definitely a good range of vessels. One thing I would have asked Captain Lancaster, you said, made no secret of the fact that she was just here for treasure, and she specifically mentioned the reward. But before she mentioned that, I would have asked what kind of treasure she expected there to be to get. If it was just the reward, or... Because clearly, the ship she has, she's in the business of hunting these things, or is a member of a group that is in the business of hunting these things. So I would have asked, if there's anything else to be taken away from a fight like this, other than the abstract.
It's entirely possible. We'll have to see what happens after the beast is slain. However, if you can manage to hunt and kill a Kindori, which is not the easiest thing to do, but if you have a vessel designed for hunting and killing Kindori, they are a small fortune if you can take one down. I mean, aside from the fact that with the installation of a spelljamming helm, you can turn one into a ship and thus sell the bones for 30 or 40,000 gold by itself. Aside from that, it is a magical creature weighing several tens of tons. bones, blood, flesh, meat. In a normal Kindori, all of these things can be sold to wizards and artificers for enchantment purposes. Even barring that, you're talking about the capacity to have 20 or 30 tons of meat to sell, 2 or 3 tons of whale oil. There's a tremendous wealth to be made in hunting Kindori, even though it is exceptionally dangerous.
But this one's undead, so would any of those apply?
I don't know. Would they apply? Would they not apply? Or would it be such a unique occurrence that they may apply fivefold over?
Right. The specific body parts could be more valuable to a certain audience.
I mean, Kindori skeleton ships are prized because Kindori whale bones, when they age, become harder than stone and never ever degrade. That's normal. What happens when
And this one's been enchanted.
And what happens when you have one that's been enchanted for over 1,000 years? How much more durable is that ship? How much more impregnable would it be?
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, for sure.
I mean, and also, all of the legends of Tofua'a Uaiti say that it is a massive, massive Kindori. So even if it's no stronger a vessel than any other one, you're talking about a capital ship larger than a normal Kindori skeleton ship that I can sell for 30,000 gold. So 50, 60, 100 to the right buyer. And that's even before you get to the point that this ship could specifically be and would be able to be proven to be the bones of Tofua'a Uaiti. That's notoriety. That adds a 0 to the end of that price.
Sure.
This is the kind of haul that one could retire on for the rest of their life.
Indeed. So then that begs the question to Captain Corstill. To whom do the rights of the remains of Tofua'a Uaiti, to whom are they conveyed?
Exactly. And more importantly, who else has the proper equipment and the technique and the know-how to properly turn a Kindori corpse into a Kindori skeleton ship? Even if this has to be a prize to be shared, I would have to assume I'm getting the lion's share of it just because my crew's the one that's going to have to clean it.
That knows how to work with it. Yeah.
No one else is going to get that money without me.
So even if that's being divided, you're still getting a good share.
Even though that's being divided, a 60-40 split, 60% in my favor. Everybody's getting more off of this than they expected. And I'm still getting one more ship to sell.
So I guess the question is, who else in this group has already thought of that?
Probably no one but me.
And has Captain Corstill considered that at all? So then the question is, and I don't care if Captain Lancaster's still here to hear this or not, even though I'm mostly directing it to the rest of the crew, is, do we ask Captain Corstill about that?
Nah.
Do we take the chance that no one's going to think of it if we wanted to participate as you know, Captain Lancaster's been gracious enough to point it out to us.
I mean, I don't know that anyone's necessarily going to think of it, but also on the other hand,
How many of them
Dory's
even care?
skeleton ships aren't unknown, and there's going to be one in the flotilla. It's obviously going to come up.
Right. But when does it come up, and like, how does it affect her, decision on whether or not to participate? This is another potential resource we can get from this if we want to do it. But is it even an option? I mean, if Captain Corso has already thought of it and it's just assuming she's claiming it, then it doesn't do us any good.
Well, I mean, absolute worst case, that'll come down to a duel between the two captains. In the proper maritime tradition. Traditionally, anything that can't be settled by conversation is generally settled by swordplay.
Mm-hmm. Or treachery.
Also,
okay, anything that can't be settled by conversation is settled by swordplay? Yikes.
It's like, that doesn't make me feel any better.
I mean, it's murder hobos. So, also, anyone who is listening to the conversation with Captain Lancaster, feel free to also give me an insight check.
Okay. One.
Womp womp.
I need to stop with wisdom checks. It's just
Reginald, you would believe that, well, everyone here believes that everything that Lancaster said is true. In addition, Reginald, not only do you believe that Captain Lancaster was not attempting to be duplicitous in any way, you also have the feeling that Captain Lancaster does not expect all 10 ships of the flotilla to be coming back with the flotilla.
Well, duh. If this thing was that easy to kill, it would be dead by now. Or dead.
And that pirate captains are usually very good at calling dibs on dead men's boots very quickly. So the captain has a feeling that even if or at least to Reginald, gets the feeling that the captain believes that even if this venture is unsuccessful, that there is the opportunity for income to be made, or perhaps additional crew to be called. Either works.
a no-lose situation for the Vampirate then.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Things either go perfectly or they don't. And both are in Captain Lancaster's favor.
I mean, that's fair.
Things either go perfectly or she gets a lot of lunch.
So, does anyone else have any other questions before they go back to the Wandering Glider to discuss things with your captain?
Anyone else want me to ask anybody anything?
Nope.
Try to garner any other information, or did we garner?
Probably worth bringing up the whole, I guess, salvage rights conversation.
Wouldn't that be a normal conversation in a hunt?
Normally, the way it works, the tradition for maritime salvage is if only one ship is involved in a thing, that ship would then have salvage rights. if multiple ships are involved in a thing, then whoever is in charge of the flotilla divides rights what they consider to be evenly. That can either be 1-to-1 per ship, or it can be based on the a percentage based upon the size of the vessel.
Okay. So the normal thing to do would be for probably Captain Corstill to decide how to divide it up by like tonnage of the vessels involved or something along those
Exactly.
lines.
Yeah, by the tonnage of vessels or by the size of the crews or something like that. She can either say every vessel gets an equal share, or she can say the capital ships get 5 times the share of the cruisers and the light ships get half the share of a cruiser, and then add up how many shares are remaining based on how many ships are still in the flotilla, and then divide out by share.
Okay. Okay. So then, since she did not mention it in general conversation, it's probably fair to assume that she'd be planning to go the normal route.
Exactly. Also, she seems very focused on just steering all of the conversations towards killing of the whale.
Yeah, like, it doesn't seem like she's specifically trying to hide anything else about the arrangement. She's just obsessed with killing this thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So she probably isn't coming up with side plots about stealing its entire corpse or anything. That doesn't seem like something she's doing.
No. She just wants it dead.
Just wants it dead. Alright, I think we got enough information to go back and confer.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Nope, I think we're good.
Alright.
All right, so I will pull all of them off the ship, and I will pull all of you down to the meeting room. There we go.
So, are we doing this thing or what?
There's the meeting room. Alright. So, I relate to the captain and Archibald.
All right.
The summary of the different captains, what vessels they have, and what their apparent motivations seem to be in this affair. Do the players want to go through them again, or do we feel like they were covered adequately at the time?
I think they were covered adequately. Fine.
Okay. In addition, we can bring up what Captain Lancaster said about the potential for salvage rights being an additional potential income from this.
Mhm.
However, we do appear to be, honestly, one of the, if not the least combat-specific built, even thinking of joining this flotilla. Like, most of them are warships of some kinds. And we're really more of a armed cargo ship.
So in your opinion, you think that there's a decent chance that if marshaled correctly, this is a flotilla that could actually manage to accomplish the task?
Probably. I mean, I don't know a lot about the math of taking out a creature of this size, but they're bringing a lot of firepower. The question is, can we contribute at all? Do we have any hope of winning the prize or getting enough treasure out of this to make it worth risking the ship and the lives of all hands? Because this is not going to be a situation where I would be very surprised if partial damage was a thing. The main creature, at least, is a massive one. Ships are going to be mostly intact or destroyed, is my guess.
Archibald says, "Well, I wouldn't worry about us not having a lack of firepower, because, after all, there are many ways to deliver damage, and combined arms is most definitely one of the most effective."
Absolutely.
And the captain adds, "And we have to remember, the prize that we are searching isn't necessarily for the one who does the most damage, just the one who does the last damage."
It's timing.
And
so technically anyone has as good a shot as anyone else.
Well, not exactly. Because that Grand Bombard is going to do a ton of damage every couple minutes.
Right.
Yikes.
If it doesn't finish it off with that blow, but the creature is reeling, odds are it's not going to get to fire again.
Right. But it does so much that at any given time it could. It's
right. But if its shot isn't timed well, it can't recover from that. Meanwhile, we have a pair of warlocks on this vessel. We are very good at delivering damage, very well timed.
Constantly.
And
that's a good point.
Depending on how Maeve feels about the situation, having a healer on board to kind of help juggle the lifespan of a target can technically give us a little bit of an edge. I'm not saying you want to make sure the thing stays alive. I'm just saying you might want to help make sure the thing dies when we're the ones killing it.
The equivalent of intercepting other people's shots.
Exactly. No one said this was going to be fair.
And I assume other captains are going to plan the same sorts of things.
I would expect as well.
But the captain does have a point.
Remember, every single ship is going to have spellcasters. It's guaranteed.
But the captain's right. We have the capability of delivering damage almost every second. Almost every second.
Or of stopping damage every second.
Not that we would ever know when it's that close. But
5,000 gold in a magical amulet is not a paltry sum. That's enough money to invite some nefarious means to the party. And that's also something that we need to remain vigilant for. Because I guarantee you, we're not the only ship having this conversation.
Agreed.
And I can guarantee you that not every ship is going to be willing to not take a more direct route to limiting competition once we get closer to the end.
So that's another risk. We're smaller than a lot of the other ships involved. What if one of them chooses to eliminate us?
Either directly or indirectly, it's a thing that could happen. It's something that we're going to have to watch out for. I don't trust a Vampirate as far as I can throw them, and I'm not going to be trying to throw them very far.
We are small and could be pesky, and that's also dangerous.
Also, for anyone who's not familiar with it, I think it is fair to make sure everyone knows that while the Vampirates are undead, they may not be the biggest physical risk out of the group, because an entire ship of space clowns means an entire ship of cannibals. Well, what most races consider cannibals. Space clowns don't eat their own kind, so they're not technically cannibals, but they do.
Not technically.
But they do eat other sentient races.
I'm no better than dessert.
Correct.
You know, because jelly.
I'm sorry to be breaking this up, but apparently I gotta let a dog out.
Okay, we can take a minute.
worries.
We can take a minute.
Sorry.
Do you want us to wait, or do you want me to just put up a blind and then you just bounce back in when you come back?
I'll just bounce back in.
Okay, no worries. See you in a minute.
No worries. It's fine.
Take your time.
You're good.
That's why we have blind.
Yep.
That have beautiful character pictures.
Nice. They do. Lovely little.
So yeah, I wouldn't expect that. Fortunately, the space clowns are only a squid ship, so that's another small crew. So we don't have to worry about a lot of mouths to feed, but that's a thing that could happen. You have the Vampirate ship. That's also a risk. We have Captain Citreffi, and I don't trust a Zarxian commander. Well, let me try this again. I trust a Zarxian commander to do exactly what they expect is in the best interests of the Zarxian Empire, which means I don't trust him at all.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
As for the rest, Admiral Samuels is a known commodity. Admiral Samuels has a grand bombard, and he's going to want to fire that thing as often as possible. That will usually be to our advantage. He will normally be firing it at a thing that we are trying to kill. However, you also have to remember there's going to be times where he's going to want to fire that thing when we're trying to do stealthy missions, and he'll put in the quiet booms, and they won't be quiet.
Yeah, honestly, one of my biggest concerns is there's a lot of captains involved in this that I'm not sure I'm witty enough to outmaneuver strategically.
And we just have to hope they're all trying to outmaneuver each other, because as long as they're too busy looking at each other, they're not looking at us.
Yeah. You know, the one advantage we have is that we look relatively benign. The fact that we are little armed and armored compared to everyone else and don't have one of these really obvious, powerful motivations.
And that is why I like a dragonfly.
We can make it look like we're just kind of along for the ride and potentially not much of a big threat. But on the other hand, that also means we're easy to eliminate.
Okay.
We just have to make sure that we are at no point either the biggest threat or the least threat.
Yeah, both are dangerous positions to be in.
Just stay somewhere in the middle of the pack and we should be fine. But other than that, as I said, I'm not interested. I'm not here for the money. It's a good turn, especially if we get this done in under 2 months. But it's not a sum that is either going to make or break any of us. So the money isn't the most valuable thing here. Even if they manage to turn this into a Kandori skeleton warship and sell it for 100,000 gold. The money isn't going to be earth-shattering. So what we need
I'm not
to...
still muted, am I?
Nope.
No, you're not.
No, you're good.
You're fine.
Sorry.
You're good.
Sorry.
So for me, I wouldn't say this is a thing to do for the money. Although if we get the money, it's not going to hurt. The good news is we have enough in the accounts right now to keep floating for a good amount of time. And if this starts to get close to being longer than a good amount of time, we can leave.
That is
On
always
the flip side, in terms of the thing getting done itself, they can probably get it done whether we're there or not. In terms of removing this creature from interstellar space, it probably doesn't matter whether we go in terms of it getting accomplished. So we could still feel good about the fact that it's happening, even if it didn't.
So the question is, how many of you want to go? And how many of you don't want to go? Because it's reasonable to feel both ways.
It is.
We have better information than we had 4 hours ago. That doesn't mean we have the best information or that we know which way this is going to turn out. It still could go either way.
Yeah, I didn't find out anything that really severely swayed me one way or the other. I'm still feeling like this could potentially be interesting, profitable, etc. I'm not really happy about this thing being out there, but I have no particularly strong motivation to get rid of it. Nor do I have any particularly strong motivation to get rid of any of these other captains or ships. So I don't have a particular objective in this. So my feelings aren't very strong, to be honest. Does anyone else have strong feelings one way or the other?
Well, other than viewing this as a bit of an anathema to the natural order of things, it would be very good for it to be gone, but the questions of we could probably, or the flotilla currently assembled could probably do it. I would be willing to help with that, sure. But if there are enough people to stay up, believe otherwise, I have no problem letting it pass.
Yeah, I think we're in about the same spot.
Gordon?
Gordon, Maeve? Strong feelings either way?
I don't like it. We've got religious fanatics, thrill
Agreed.
seekers, treasure hunters.
I'm not sure about working with vampirates and space clowns.
All reasonable concerns.
Those are very fair.
Keep in mind, my judgment may be a little clouded, considering recent events. As he holds up the arm that very nearly got taken off by a mimic. If it was me, I would say no.
I'm gonna go with Gordon and also say no. So that's 2 ambivalent and 2 no. So
And mild, moderate, or strong nose?
definite pass.
Strong no?
Yeah.
Because Captain has a mild to moderate yes, I believe.
Well,
I don't think it's strong.
here's the other question. Remember that we don't have to necessarily decide that we're in this to the end. We have to decide that we're in this for now.
Yeah, but what is there to be gained from being in part of it?
To see,
Can we capitalize?
well, what is to be gained is information. If we go in and see how the situation is being handled, and it's being handled poorly, then we know for a fact that it's not a good place to be. If we go in and it's being handled efficiently, and everyone seems to be minding themselves, we can do a day-to-day decision about whether we're still in this or whether the risks have gotten too high.
But is there any reward for early participation at all? Is there similar salvage rights we can get out of any of the smaller things that we
Maybe.
defeat that are accompanying it.
Maybe. Who knows?
Another unfortunate problem is that we don't know where we're going. Of course, that's also another potential benefit. We can be en route and say, here's a good place to stop. In the meantime, we're traveling with a powerful flotilla while we're on the way there.
More importantly, I know how much we have in ship stores. Gordon knows that we have over 2 months worth of food stocks right now, and I could probably refill that twice before we start to run low on income. So we have 4 or 5 operational months worth of materials at the moment. Easily.
Do we have any other jobs lined up?
Nothing specific.
Because that's the other thing. What are we doing if we're not doing?
Exactly. What we'd be doing would be trying to find something to do while not doing something that we know we could be doing. Granted, we're not looking for other things to do while we're doing this. However, if we are part of the vessels that remove Tofua'a Uaiti from the seas, I mean, that's a nice bargaining chip moving forward, even if we're not the one that gets the kill.
You think we can use that to bargain for employment, better rates, etc.?
It's not invalid. It is valid.
It's very valid.
Notoriety is a bargaining chip all its own.
Right. I was gonna say, because I don't know enough about the business to know that.
You hire people that you believe competent and that can maintain your interests.
So even to survive being part of something like this
is to prove you're competent on a level where your name may be spoken across the entirety of the Astral Sea.
So the notoriety itself can be the prize.
Which sounds like exactly why the Hidozi are interested. Hidozi are terrible bargainers.
The captains, actually. I think a couple of the captains are in it for the reputation, to be honest.
That does sound like it.
Which doesn't necessarily mean they're going to backstab everybody else. Because just to be even, several of them even said just to be even part of something like this is its own reward. Still something similar to what the captain just said.
I mean, not for nothing. If we're all in agreement that not all of the ships are coming back, and we're all in agreement that there's a couple vessels that we're not sure are on the same side as us, there's always the possibility that good guys can make bad guy casualties before bad guys make good guy casualties.
Oh, Captain, my captain. You struck my bloodthirsty instincts.
And the cat goes feral once again.
She's like, I don't want to work with a vampire. However, I do kind of want to destroy one.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we have a gift captain that wants to make things explode. And have you ever seen how much confetti a ship full of space clowns turns into when it erupts?
I don't know, but it sounds like
sadly,
fun.
I think you actually mean that literally.
I do. So
I changed my mind. Let's go for it.
So I'm not saying that we're in this all the way. I'm saying we're in this until we have a better deal or enough information to know that we shouldn't be in this.
I'm certainly okay with in it till we find something better, or like if we don't have a job lined up.
Luna, it's even worse than regular vampires.
And what are we doing?
Vampirates.
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 I mean,
Space
without a job
clowns.
lined up, you have to pick a direction to sail anyway.
Exactly.
I still don't like the math, but the arguments are strong.
Gordon, for the record, I don't either.
I don't like the math either. I honestly
Like the
think
math.
it is. I think it is most likely that even if we start this with the flotilla, we will not finish it with them. Honestly, is what I think.
Hello.
I
I
agree.
think-
I just think that there's a chance that there might be other things that happen in between.
Yeah,
And
like
I think
I
the
don't
things that
think
happen
we
in
see this-
between will give us better numbers, or at least different numbers.
Mhm.
If the first thing that happens is we find out that we are woefully unequipped, well, this was a fun 2 weeks.
Right. But it gives us a direction to sail in the company of interesting and experienced crews with which we might have more chance to interact and possibly get ideas. It really, I just want to know what the next job is.
I'm this way.
And if we don't know it yet,
I walked
I'm as fine starting sailing this direction as any other. We're not going to get ganked by any of the nefarious characters involved long before we even get to the objective.
Right.
Like, we're going to have at least a little bit of time to veer off. What happens to our reputation if we start with this flotilla and quit?
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares? Okay. Just checking.
These loose amalgams happen all the time, and if it works, you hear about it. And if it doesn't, let's just
It's
say I'm
nothing.
pretty sure this isn't the first time in 1,000 years there's been a bunch of
Someone
boats
has
put
tried this.
together to go after this thing.
Yeah.
I guarantee it's happened a bunch of times, and I guarantee you I don't even know about it.
Right. We have a decent chance of killing this thing if everybody plays ball and plays together. If we don't, I'm not sure how it works out. It's also possible the thing will get killed and then everyone will turn on each other.
And that's also something to watch out for.
The risk is you get the final shot and then someone realizes that and decides you didn't deserve the prize. Or follows us after we
The
Get the
big
prize.
question
I'll be
is,
taking that now.
the big question is, can a blast from the Enderby destroy a Kandori skeleton ship if it has to? To which Archibald says, I wouldn't worry much about that one, Mom. I'm pretty sure that there's not many things that can take that kind of shelling.
except the White Whale.
Except
With
the white.
Except Tofua'a Uaiti.
Yes.
All right, with the provision of a "I'm out" clause. All right,
I think the I'm out clause is a must. I
I
don't think we commit to this fully.
I don't even know.
I'm refusing to commit to this fully.
You sure about that? Turquoise.
That's the spelling, by the way.
Having
Yeah.
That's very blue.
But having no particular direction to sail or job to look
Yeah.
for at the moment, I say we keep an eye out for jobs as we float along and see if we come up with any ideas for any reward to get out of this. There might be some kind of salvage rights from other thing we run into on the way. And if not, maybe we run into a job. We don't know where we're going yet.
True.
We start sailing. If we're passing by a system that we go, hey, this place always has good work, we just veer off.
Fair enough.
What do you think?
Are we in agreement then? In it till we have better?
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
I like in it till we have better.
Yeah, better.
All
Or in
right.
it until the risk gets
All
too
right.
high. Either one.
That's everybody.
Okay. So, we are now going to take about 2 days travel. So you have all of your long rest reset, you are fully healed, and you can now program your spell lists appropriately to make sure that you have the correct spells memorized that you are going to want for combat engagements with generally undead creatures.
I'm sorry.
Oh, does
Oh, just
that
blast. Got it.
does that mean I can change my cantrips?
Yes,
I don't need to change anything, right? I
probably not. I mean, you're a warlock. The only thing that you need is Eldritch Blast.
I'm saying that, like, I don't really have to pick. My low number of spell slots, the balancing factor is I don't have to pick in advance.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, that's what making sure I understand the rules correctly. I'd feel really dumb if I was doing it wrong this whole time.
Yeah, for myself, it would either be... keeping in mind, I can only cast the catapult 3 times.
Right.
But either flammable oil or, as was brought up
Holy
elsewhere,
water!
holy water.
I love the holy water.
Maeve can definitely use a ritual to bless holy water, or to bless water to make it holy water. What is the cost of... Let me see if I can look this up real
What
quick.
do I want to say? 100 GP or something?
And you can just make that in advance, right?
I mean, you just make it as you go along.
Yeah, it's purified food and drink, isn't it?
That would make
No,
sense.
that makes it
No.
that
No,
makes
that
it
would-
edible when it's not. Basically, you're
Yeah.
just
Oh.
you're just using a ritual to sanctify it.
Purifying, not sanctifying.
Oh, well, I've got... No, that's sanctuary, not sanctify.
And it needs to be between 1 and 5 pounds, correct?
Right.
All right.
Half a gallon.
Yeah.
Holy water. In a container.
And it sounds like an hour and 25 GP worth of silver.
A cleric or paladin may create holy water by performing a specific ritual. This ritual takes 1 hour to perform, uses 25 gold pieces worth of powdered silver, and requires the caster to expend a first level spell slot. Yeah, so no problem there.
They're getting used up during the voyage, so they don't affect anything once we get to anything.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
you will be able to do that for as much as you want. Basically, whether you buy it or whether it's... That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense that it costs the same amount whether you buy it or make it.
No, it doesn't.
So I'm going to say to make it for you is going to cost 15 gold pieces.
Okay.
So
I mean, I can definitely spend that.
Well,
That's no
more
problem.
importantly, the captain is going to buy 20.
The captain likes this idea.
The
He's like,
captain
"Yep,
likes this
do it."
idea. And those weigh 1 pound, so those work. And an oil flask weighs 1 pound, so those work. And you can buy 10 of those per gold. So,
Okay, that's a lot of ammo.
Well, I mean, so the catapult spell is
calculator.
if he's within, I believe the range, max range is 90 feet. I basically launch it. It either hits the ground or it hits the surface. If it hits the
Okay,
surface
on the
and
ground.
the creature fails, I believe it's a dex save.
Hex.
Both the flask and the critter take 3d8 of basically impact damage.
right.
And then if we've got flammable oil or holy water on top of that,
It then also delivers the damage it would deliver.
Okay, you can only do the catapult 3 times. Does that mean
I'm
we
afraid
only
I can
want...
Per long rest.
that it's a first level.
Does that mean we only want 3 barrels of holy water, or do we want more?
Do you think you're
We
going to
could,
get
like,
this done in 8 hours?
We
Juice
could-
already's got me.
We could even tie barrels of holy water or flasks of holy water to the bolts on our
On the
On the
Ballista.
ballista. Because they can be
Yep.
used as their own
Ballista?
ammo as well as Gordon's
Yeah.
yeah.
thing.
So,
Survival
Gordon,
holy
how many
water.
flasks
How
of
much
oil
do
do you
we
want to buy?
want?
How much gold do you want to spend on that?
What for the oil?
Flasks of oil, yeah.
Let's go with 10. Let's make it 10 and 10. I think.
10 bottles or 10 gold?
Well, the oil is 1 per, isn't it?
10 per.
Was it 10 per?
10 per gold. Their cost is
Oh.
0.1.
I'll gladly chip in again
All
if
right, well,
necessary. It's not a problem.
We'll go the 10 oil flasks of 1.
Okay.
And then how much is it per on the holy?
15 per.
I can pay that. That's no big deal.
No, I've got it. It's all right.
Well, I mean, as many people
Okay.
can buy them as wants to, because, there's going to be a whole lot of them going around.
Right.
And again, there's going to be a lot of smaller undead creatures too.
Also, remember, this is going to be the last time
Yeah.
you are guaranteed to be able to buy these things. So whatever supplies you think you're going to need for the voyage, you want to get while you're still at port.
Right.
So
But,
I
yeah,
need. Let's say
I should only
we
have
want-
10 on the holy water, not 20.
No, that's what the captain bought first.
Oh, okay. Fair. Well, in that case,
The captain
I
went,
was
this is a
gonna
great
say,
idea
let's-
here.
Right.
I was going to say let's get 60 vials of holy water.
That'd be
And that way we can
1,800
pass
gold.
them. Oh, that's a lot.
Yes, because they're 15
60 is
gold
too
apiece.
many then. 60 is too many.
I guess.
And as Mogwai says, what happens if it spills accidentally on the Vampirates? Either one, right? The holy water or the oil.
either
It'd be
one of
such
them.
a
We could have,
shame.
Oh, what a
15
shame.
vials of holy water for 225 gold.
Okay.
Do we want,
Um,
do we want more than that? Do we want
I'll
20
pop
or-
in for some more too. Because they're going to have plenty of uses, like we said.
And this holy water, it legitimately, literally does not go bad.
It does not go bad. We can just
True.
have it in
Okay.
ship stores.
like-
I'll gladly put in for another 10 or 15, whatever.
Okay, let's do 30 then. So that's 450.
What are you putting at?
Yeah,
Go ahead and
I'll
make
do
it 10 more. I'll chuck
225.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and make it 10 more. I'll chuck in on that.
Okay.
10 more.
So that's 15 and
Okay.
15 and 10. And Gordon, are you buying any yet?
15 at 15 is 225.
Correct.
I'll throw in another 15 on the holy.
Okay. All right. I'm adding this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50.
It's going to be 75 flask of holy water.
15,
15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15 is 45. And then 10 is 55. And then 20 from the captain.
75.
So you're going to have 75.
20 from
We
the
can get some
captain.
undead
Yep.
butt.
75.
So well prepared.
Yeah, we're going to kick some undead butt here. Which I'm always in favor of it. Like I said, they're picky.
Mostly the captain, and by that I mean the GM, just wants to see what happens when a flask of holy water or a flask of oil is used as the propelling device for a catapult spell. I have seen what happens when a brazier of lit coals is used, and let me tell you, it's pretty impressive.
Mhm.
You never know, one of these accompanying little undead creatures might be like lootable or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
And it's probably a target that a lot of the other ships aren't going to be looking at. Like, potential treasure gain from the smaller targets is probably something not everybody's paying attention to. Some of these ships are way too big to care.
Also, this is potentially a tactic that no one else has thought of that could be very beneficial.
The holy water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A holy water delivery device. What's the range on a catapult spell?
90 feet.
90.
Yeah, so I mean, a close flyby or a jolly boat, 90 feet can happen. Like, it's not a tremendous distance, but it's also not rubbing the side of the boat either.
No, it's true.
But he can only do so many of these. We're going to use some of them as regular ammunition too, right?
Right, but he can do 3 per long rest.
Right.
One way to think of this is you just guarantee that he can do it at his maximum ability for 22 days.
That's true. Something like this is going to all happen in a day.
Exactly. So if this drags out for some time, you could wind up whittling those numbers down. I mean, again, no one wants this to go 2 months, but the point is it could. And if it goes 2 months, he's got enough to do 1 a day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to be prepared for something like that to be like that. This is not something you can just expect to be a one and done fight.
Exactly.
Anyway, inventory. I've got 124.48, so minus 225.
All right, so Gordon is completely weighed down with tiny glowing bottles.
He's never been happier. Aside from the fact that he doesn't like the situation at all.
He's literally carrying
I don't either.
He's literally carrying 95 pounds of flasks, except that we know
Like I
that he's
said-
not, so it's fine.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not
either.
actually carrying them, but we've got them.
My F the out meter is going to be set really low for this. It's just that I don't have any other ideas to give us a job right now, so
Yeah.
I have nowhere else to go. But my F the shit amount is low.
Yep.
Really low.
Yeah.
Okay.
I worked out just fine. I've still got like 1,000 gold.
Nice.
So do I.
Yeah, about good.
Yeah, you guys are still
And we've got lots of holy water.
enough to take a bath in it.
Just about.
I just thought of something. Well, no, that doesn't quite work.
Can I even get dirty?
Deuce,
Yes.
I got a DM here. I just thought of something.
All right.
I
And
don't think
now I wanna see what
you
happens.
can get dirty. You're a
Because I can just kind of like shirk out of it, right? Like I can.
Well, I mean, you can get dirty because all liquids can get things, you know.
Stuck in them.
Oh, I
Yeah.
guess you could flush it out with extra water, though. So
Well, I mean,
taking
I
a
have
shower would be beneficial.
Everything's osmosis, so my excretory system is my entire body.
Yeah.
I can just
Yeah.
kind of like shed it.
Yeah,
leave
and
it
then just
on
leave
the
it
floor.
behind. Yeah.
So I'm saying, like, I can kind of get dirty, but it's not. I don't have to get washed to clean myself. I just need enough time
Yeah.
to shed it. I just don't know how long that takes.
I mean, it depends on
I
how dirty
imagine it
you
would
get.
only take a few
And
minutes
it
of
depends on-
concentrated effort.
I was gonna say, and it depends on what the viscosity of the grime is. Something that's very solid, I can literally just shape shift away from. Like,
Right.
but if it's tiny little granules, that probably takes a little bit longer.
Or something that can diffuse. If it diffuses, then
That takes a little longer.
yeah.
But yeah, these fun philosophical discussions about race
Right?
that we get to have in this game because I'm playing a plasmoid.
Okay, so we are going to be switching to the empty Starfield map, which is not empty.
There was one other thing I was going to grab before
Sure.
we left.
What was that?
I was going to see about grabbing some sand and some sappy plant material.
So that you can build replacement weapons. Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. We're going to assume that you have a fairly unlimited supply of repair
Of that kind of stuff.
weapon repairs.
Well,
It's
I
just
did
a matter
have
of time.
I did have some stuff I could have sold that I made during my downtime, but I'm not sure what the interest in it would be.
So, meaning stuff that you made to sell.
Yeah. Well, mostly I made stuff because I was bored during
Right.
the in-between.
See, you're productive. I just sit there and try funny voice impersonation.
I make
That-
chia pets, so
Oh, that's delightful.
I just named them clay dolls and put them in my inventory.
Are we at a station that
couldn't-
can be sold at?
Probably, I imagine anybody could buy them.
Well, it's pretty much a question of finding a buyer becomes the thing.
Yeah.
How many were you looking to try to sell?
5. I only made 5.
Okay.
Or you could build some up. And...
Were you going to try to sell them, or were you going to go have the fast-talking plasmoid try to sell them?
I might have the fast-talking plasmoid try to sell them. I don't have a lot of charisma. What is my
All right.
charisma? I think it's pretty low.
Fast-talking plasmoid, give me a persuasion check.
Sure thing.
Yeah, my charisma's 10. Bog standard 10. Ooh, Nice. 18 there.
You make a total of 4 gold.
There you go. I made you 4 gold.
Thanks.
It's
Is this the kind of thing that it might work out better if in the future we build up a larger supply and I can sell someone an entire stock, or is small hand stock a thing in most local economies?
probably more than 5 is beneficial, but there's going to be a cap on how much you can sell without having to do bulk rates.
Okay.
Also, getting the persuasion skill would help.
Yeah, and I'll make a long-term project of finding out how the market works on that and what quantity is best to sell at once. Long-term project. I'll work on that for you, Maeve.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
3 plus 4 is... Yeah.
Okay, so we are now going to switch to the empty starfield map,
Yay,
which
empty
is in
Starfield
fact
map.
not
It's not
empty.
because it's full of interesting-looking ships. Really, I just wanted an opportunity to see all these ships.
And that is the
Right.
flotilla.
We're going to hang out in this flotilla long enough to get to see each of these ships in action. We're doing market research.
Pretty much, yeah. You will notice I put in a whole bunch of ships that you guys aren't familiar with, and really only duplicated one that you've kind of seen, but not really, just so that you guys get a chance to see more vessels.
Yeah. Really, I just want to see more vessels.
Also,
so
I want to take this
interesting.
moment to point out that I've added lighting effects to our empty starfield. I don't know if you can tell that or not.
I can tell that. Yes, I can.
Some
Oh,
of
I
the
do
big
see them.
There's dancing green lights over in this section over here. And
the
Yeah.
that
nebulas.
middle star there is
The
like
Yeah, the
nebulas-
nebulae are.
The nebulas now have
pulsating.
nebula fields in them, and the bigger stars, the ones with lens flare around them, all have a pulsing effect. So,
Oh my
welcome
God,
to
the
your
squids are
4D
so
battlefield.
cute. Look at those adorable squids. I may be biased.
Maybe when I make my next round of chia pets, I should make them identifiable animals.
Sure.
That would garner more interest than just.
It's something to
Buddhas.
experiment with. All right,
So that is something I need to start doing. We start getting even Strups gems. I have jewel crafters tools. I can make them into jewelry and we can sell those.
All right. So as you hover over each of the boats, you'll be able to see more about each of the vessels. All of the vessels are made of metal and wood, with the exception of the aesthetic,
Whale.
which is a living object. The Kindori skeleton ship, which not only is made out of bone, but the castle located on the forecastle, you're welcome for that pun, is you can see that it's not actually made out of masonry, but the forecastle is actually also made out of carved and worked Kindori bone.
I gotta tell you, as a plasmoid, something made out of bones is just really effing weird to me. I literally don't have any.
Good points.
Bones to me are just like, what is this? Why?
It is a big critter.
I love this jellyfish looking one. Oh my gosh.
That's the aesthetic.
I was going to say that's gotta be the aesthetic.
I'm a sucker for like a live ship.
The squid ships are made of wood and metal. The hammerhead is made of wood and metal. The whale ship is obviously made of metal.
Obviously.
The Elven Man of War is made of wood, and you're not entirely sure. It's gossamer winged.
Cool.
And the gossamer wings might be plant matter, they might be animal matter, they might just be some
Awesome.
kind of magical weave. It's really impossible to tell.
That's awesome.
Um,
Yeah, the aesthetic, it's interesting, but like, is it even possible to pilot one of those if
No.
you're not?
In
Yeah.
fact, if the Rygar dies, the aesthetic dies shortly thereafter. They have a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's one we could get.
No.
And the Scorpion ship is also made of wood and metal.
I have to say, I like the look of the whale boat that's made out of metal, and I like the look of is this a sloop? That's the one that looks like an actual sailing ship.
No, that's the Bombard.
That's the
That's the
Bombard.
Bombard?
Yeah, that large
See that
tube.
long thing?
Oh, that's the cannon.
That's the cannon.
Yeah.
That's the
The ship is
cannon.
50% cannon.
Oh, it's got a lion's mouth. Or
Well, I
is it-
imagine that the mouth of the cannon could be shaped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The ship is 50% cannon. It's delightful.
And then the one out front
Yeah,
is
now I'm leaning
is the
more
flying
towards
fish.
The whale ship. Now I'm leaning more towards the whale ship.
So it's Megatron. No, it's the Yamamoto. Fire the wave motion
Yeah.
gun.
Yes, it's the wave motion gun. You're liking the whale ship
Wave
stuff?
motion going, yeah.
You just like
You
it
almost
shaped.
got the voice for the captain right too.
I can do a pretty good Captain Avatar. We have not sought out the Gamelods. They have sought us out, first on our homes on Earth and now here in deep space.
It's unnatural being able to do that without too much smoking.
To be fair, it's too much smoking or the fact that I've just done Macho Man Randy Savage for 3 hours.
For hours.
Fire,
3
fire
hours
up
of
the
vocal
railgun.
3 hours of vocal fry is equal to 2 packs of Marlboros.
I mean, that is true. So we want to keep an eye on what the whale ship can do, because Maeve likes the whale ship.
I do. I mean, it's looking pretty good. It looks very spacious and sturdy.
It is a capital ship.
And,
So yeah.
Those
It
are
also
those
needs
are
a very
two
large
things.
crew, if I'm not completely mistaken.
And that's the Algon, right?
Yes.
That's what I wrote down.
Yes.
That's Captain Corstill's ship. Is there any chance of getting I guess in this
ship
case
is-
it would essentially be an admiral's dinner, so she could look around it.
Oh, yeah, because I'm sure that there will be gams at different times between different vessels so that everyone,
Yeah.
I mean, again, maybe you guys will get lucky and this is over in 8 hours and everybody goes, well, that was easier than we thought, and then you can't. But if it goes for any
Right.
reasonable amount of time, if there's any kind of hunting, recover, search, hunt, recover, the way real
Right.
whaling works, then yeah, there's
Right.
going to be time where, you might let crews, different crews are going to mingle. Also, as supplies
I
start to get
intend
low,
mingling.
as supplies
Yeah.
start to get low, ships will communicate with each other, and the officers will gam about what materials can be traded back and forth.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, because I have a charisma of 18. I intend to mingle. It'd be foolish not to.
the bone ship is
Make some
definitely-
alliances, limit down the number of people that actually want to kick.
Right.
the
Make
bone
sure that
ship
you have
is
an
out.
alignment with every ship
Mm,
against
sure.
every other ship. So no matter who
Yeah.
attacks, you're good.
Yes.
The bone ship is out. The aesthetic ship is out. The scorpion, I'm gonna
Okay.
say no. It's just so friggin' tiny.
Is that
I'm gonna
no for
say the
you?
same for the squid.
You don't like the
To be
squid?
fair, I do have to
Are there bigger
double
squid?
check the size on the scorpion. I may have made it
It
too
might be
small.
bigger.
The
You may have
scorpion.
made the scorpion too
The squids,
small.
however, are that small. They're sloops.
They're
That's
just
all they do.
The
You don't want a tiny.
hammerhead looks interesting. I'm not sure
Yeah.
about how much bigger it is than the one we're currently in.
It's.
That one's cool.
I think it's better armed and armored though. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's
we
called a
need larger
hammerhead.
crew for the larger ships, though.
Right. So the bigger a ship we
Whale
look
ship
for,
is
the more
cool.
crew we have to hire.
Yeah.
I don't think the elven ship is anything we can get our hands on, so that one's out.
I mean, it's pretty.
It is pretty.
Yeah.
It's
pretty
possible. I mean, all you have to do is make friends with like an elven royalty or something, and I'm sure they'd be allowed, special dispensation.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
I mean, how hard is that going to be?
Yeah, that can't be that hard.
All right. So, you guys set out, and after a couple days worth of travel, you actually see your target.
Really? Wow, that
Ooh.
fast. Okay.
Yeah.
That compass of yours really works. Captain
During the
Corsto.
time you've had a chance to visit the Algon, and what you see is you see a steel compass about a foot in diameter.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And it looks like a normal compass, a steel needle inside of a brass fitting. The differences are there's not a north, south, east, or west on the compass. It's just a needle that points. The other thing that's different is the head of the needle isn't steel, like it would be in a normal steel compass. The head of the needle is a shard of bone.
That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was thinking.
Is it a bone
anyway.
from the quarry?
It's a bone from the captain.
Oh,
Part of the captain's body that was cursed by.
that was affected by.
Oh. Ooh.
So it is pointing towards the source of the curse.
Okay. That works.
That's still oogie.
That's
And
It's very ooky.
That's oogie.
So
Excuse me, folks, be right back.
basically what's happening is the way a flotilla works is, for spell jamming purposes, the Algon is spell jamming following the direction of the compass. Everyone else is spell jamming
Oh,
to the Algon.
right. Yeah, exactly.
And everybody moves, and when the Algon stops, everybody thumps into place. And then the Algon redirects, and then the Algon keeps going, and then everyone follows the Algon. And then it kind of works.
Ooh. Yeah.
However, you guys see, let me just get some stuff ready here. I'm not going to put everything down, but I'm going to put down what we're about to use tonight, which should probably end out our show right nicely.
Good.
Sorry about that.
No
Back.
worries. All right. So, you see ahead in the distance at a range that I hope you guys will actually be able to see.
Oh, there he is.
A massive Kindori. To give you an idea of how large, this is a normal Kindori.
Okay.
Oh, so it's not massive. Hold on, I did this wrong.
I was gonna say it's not that different.
It's going to be.
It's gonna be.
Yes.
There we go.
Oh.
That's
Yeah,
Pretty
it's better.
not saying, just saying.
Yeah, that's
Ew, you
Damn.
made it
Ugly.
all putrid and greeny too.
Exactly. It is. It looks sickly.
Excuse
The
me,
light,
having
which
a
is
hair
normally starlight coming from the eyes of the Kindori, is instead a mix of reds and yellows, sickly colors and violent fugues.
Ooh.
violent feed.
Along the back, you see damage to the creature. Normally, wounds that you would consider fatal. Tears, gashes, cannon fire, but the wounds don't heal, nor do they bleed.
Well, it's undead, so yeah, they don't heal. They would need specific magic to heal it. And I think its creator's been dead for a long time.
Behind the ship, and sometimes darting in and out of these wounds, you see just a teeming mass of smaller feeders. Some of them scavers, some of them other things. At this range, it's obviously impossible to really see, even with either mechanical or arcane vision. It's too far away to really see all of the details of what's going on.
Right.
All you're aware of is that there is very much, as was said, an ecosystem built around a Kindori, even one that is undead.
Dead. Right. They might not all be necromantic feeders either, because if they're just carrion feeders,
then there's an almost unlimited amount of carrion. It really becomes a question of whether they can be, whether feeding on nothing but undead tissue will eventually make them also
that's true.
Cursed or not.
That's true.
Some things it will, some things it likely won't. So, Captain Corstill calls together all of the captains or officers for a GAM just to prepare the tactics. And what she is suggesting is she wants the three smallest ships, the Scorpion and the
two squids,
the two squid ships, to basically do kiting maneuvers to try to pull away some of the smaller feeders that may be aggressive enough to go after a ship.
Yeah.
And
are they also the fastest?
Yes.
Okay.
And then basically do flybys over over different ships of the flotilla, so that those ships can then try to pick off those targets before the smaller, faster escort ships actually get attacked.
Okay.
So
then, is the rest of the flotilla going to stay together? Are we going to be in some sort of teams?
Everything's going to wind up getting spaced out so that they can have more room to try to do drop-offs.
Okay.
This is just my explanation for why we're going to go from this map back to the ship map. But I wanted you guys to see not only the flotilla, but also the size of what you're hunting. Because the size of what you're hunting is about the size of the entire flotilla.
Yeah. Because my only concern is even the small feeders are, I guess they're technically smaller than us, but they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Not a threat to us. I don't think.
All right.
Can we tell what level of a threat they are to us? We probably can't till we see the first one. Okay.
Pretty much.
Okay.
But that's why we're going back over here.
Oops.
Do we have any way to sense, this is for our ship, our crew, do we have any way to sense whether something is undead enough for the Holy Water to affect it on its approach?
I think I do. Isn't that detect good and evil?
No, that would detect
No,
if they're
it's
good
not.
or evil.
Yeah,
No.
which they're not going to be either, probably.
Well, if they're undead,
they're
they will
animals.
be evil.
They will?
Yeah.
Okay. It might still be useful then, because honestly, an animal that is not undead is usually neutral.
Hmm.
Because they don't care.
Yeah.
At least that was my understanding of the rules over the decades. This is unfortunately
More
an
or less.
out-of-game commentary.
No, I think you're pretty accurate.
Yeah. So that might. I mean, it would give us a better idea than not.
Alright. Oh. It's a range spell, and we're not close enough to the Kandori.
That's fine.
No, but what range does it have?
I think it's a 30-foot radius.
Okay. So as soon as something gets close enough, you can try. Like when they come in on the flyby attack.
Yeah. Yeah, a 30-foot sphere. Yeah. I think I have to be touching it, though. I could, like...
The entire 30-foot sphere?
Well, she's got to be touching part of
I
it.
can't stand on the wall.
Oh, part of it, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it means basically something has to fly within 30 feet of the ship.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
and I
so
can't
we would have
move
figured
anymore.
this out en route. Who in the crew, we need 3 people to man the ballista?
Yes.
Who are the 3 people that don't have, I guess, probably the longest ranged attacks?
Well, I'm definitely one. Mine are rather short-ranged.
Archibald is going to say that he should definitely be part of the crew manning the ballista, as he is actually trained in how to fire one accurately.
That's fair. Okay.
I've got 90 feet.
90 feet. Okay. I've
For a
got
limited
up
time.
to,
But then there's
Yeah, yours is
something else
120.
as well.
yeah, mine's 120.
Did we come up with a range on the Chachka?
60. It's only 60.
Sounds good to me.
Well, 60 would definitely take out some of the smaller targets, but we need one more person to man the ballista. So,
That's what I'm saying. Like, who's least likely to be able to attack these feeders without being part of the ballista? So what's everybody's max range? I'm 120 feet.
I've got 120
About
feet
15
on
to 30.
I've got 120 feet on firebolts, 90 feet on the catapult.
And Reg has...
It does no good for me to do secret initiatives if it's going to show the dice.
yeah! I was like, he's rolling all the initiatives of the captains of the ship, isn't he?
I mean, there were 10, so that would be a reasonable guess.
or else the lifting off individual feeder fish isn't working and we all get swarmed.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not funny.
That was a lot of 20s.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4 20s. 4 20s. That seems I've heard that number somewhere. Don't know where. Anyway. All right. So, everybody give me an initiative roll, because we're going to need one, and then I'll explain what happens next.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright. Combat.
12.
Initiative. Freaking 2.
You are not last.
Well,
Also, I don't know
guess
how
I should
initiative
go
works
over
for
there
the
to
ballista.
Melissa.
Whose was that?
Nice.
That was Archie's.
Hey! Okay, he controls the initiative for the ballista. I mean... he probably does, though. He's firing.
Who are the 3 people on the ballista?
That's what we were trying to figure out. It's Archibald.
Maeve, and we were trying to get Noctis to join us, I think. At least
I need the
until
people
I
who
don't
need
mind doing it, but I have
shots.
one of the longest range attacks, so it probably shouldn't be me. I mean, I don't mind doing it, but I have a long range, so it probably
I've
shouldn't
got
be me.
firebolts at 120 feet, so
I mean, I
still
can work
say
the
we
ballista
should
until
strap
stuff
holy
comes
water
in
to
closer.
ballista.
I mean, that's probably the best idea, to be totally
You
fair.
probably don't use the ballista once it gets within a certain range anyway.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
okay.
So Noctis, go stand over next to the ballista.
Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Who am I?
You are over here. You're a bug. There you go. Okay. And the other two stand where you're going to stand.
Yeah, Gordon, should we take different positions on the ship so we can get to things from different angles of the ship?
I'm gonna have to agree with that. Yeah. I guess.
Well, we can move once we figure out which way they
What do you
move.
think?
But... I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Amidships, fore, rear. What do you think?
I think one of us should stay mid and one of us should go aft, at least to start, until we know like what kind of angles they're going to attack at and change.
All right. You want the midship or the rear or the aft?
Doesn't matter. Do you want mid? You're already here.
I'll take mid. Yeah.
Okay. And so how does this work in terms of where are places we can be standing and still attacking with these spells?
I mean, this one it's going to be a little bit different because it depends on what angles they're coming in from, right? Like,
right.
If they're coming from a high angle, you've got a lot more spots than if they're coming in from a low angle. So, I mean, some of this we're going to have to play by ear.
Okay. For now, should we stay in these like interior spaces until we see more? Like, are there ports we fire out from? I can technically be outside, but then I can't move with the ship.
You pretty much want to be just on that top deck, on the upper deck.
Okay.
Just anywhere on the upper deck is probably fine. Okay.
The part is actually a deck. Okay. So that's where we are. Not on this like nacelle back here or anything.
Right.
Okay.
And with that, the elusive belly gunner, exactly.
Belly gunner.
With that, you see the two squid ships. And I'm gonna ditch this a little bit earlier just because I think maintaining the gimmick is going to get in the way of the combat. Hey, I can see again.
So you lost your voice.
Right. All right. So you see the two squid ships and the scorpion go forward, and you see a couple short blasts fire off, and they both ballistae and magical energy, and they make contact with something in that haze around the back of the white Kandori. And then you immediately see them like peel and come back and away. And you just see that cloud of flies around the Kandori turn and like start to hover as a cloud coming behind them.
Well, that's pulling away more than a couple, but sure. The bombard waits until that they are a far distance away from the Kandori, and then its deck gun fires a blast into the mass, and you are still several hundred meters away.
Okay.
And you see the blast and actually like feel the ship buck slightly.
Okay.
After a few seconds because of the Doppler, but still.
Yeah. The shards fly through the mass of flies, and then it looks considerably shrunken from what it was a moment before. At which point, the three small, the three light ships the 3 escorts all split into different directions so that they can start heading towards different areas of the flotilla to try to spread out the targets. You will be able to fire as soon as they are in range of the ballista. So you will get one shot. I believe it's 300 meters. It's 250 or 300 meters. I have to double check. Regardless, you will get one shot with the ballista, and then before initiative, and then you will be able to fire during the first round as well, because you will get it reloaded again in time.
Okay.
So the ballista will fire, and then the ballista will fire on Archibald's action, which is a 22, which is nice. And then the shot will get loaded and aimed on the next 2 player actions, and then fired again on Archibald's.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So, the damage for the ballista, which I have to double check again real quick. I mean, I don't, because I know it's going to be enough to kill one of these targets, but I want you guys to at least be able to see the dice you're throwing. I have 2 PCs who are manning the ballista. I will allow one of you to roll to hit, and one of you to roll damage dice. Decide between the 2 of you who is doing what.
What stats do you roll on? Does it matter?
It'll be a D20.
Or has it had his own? Okay.
It'll be a D20 to hit, as per the norm, and then the damage will be
3d12 plus 9.
I believe for Damselfly ship the ballista is 3d10. Unless I can find a better ballista. No, it looks like they're now 3d10s because that's also the ballistas on the bombards.
Okay. Do you want
the range is 450 feet, by the way. So.
Wow. Okay.
So 160 meters out. An autoloader ballista powered by PC. Pretty much, yeah. Okay. So you see, I'm just going to put them here because they will be not that far, not that close when this is firing, but this way they're in range for all the PCs to be able to see. This is going to be your smidgen to deal with. What you see are large shark-like beings, called scavers. They are carrion eaters, and they eat anything. They have one single eye, which is on a stalk extending off of their head.
I see that.
Now,
is it bioluminescent?
It is.
Okay.
And it's actually how you can tell if they're awake or asleep. However,
can we tell whether they're undead or not by looking at the eye?
However, these are neither dull gray and not lit or illuminated white. They appear to be a pallid green color.
Right.
Yeah, let's go with
So we're going with undead.
Yeah.
These are in fact zombie scavers. You're welcome.
Undead.
Undead. Sadie, please roll a d20 and you'll have a +6 on it. If you know how to do the +6, put that in. If not, don't worry about it.
No, I don't.
All right, then just roll the d20 and I'll add 6 because I'm good at maths.
Yep, no worries.
Oh.
So that is a 6 plus 6 is a 12, which hits. Noctis, please roll 3d10 damage.
Go, Noctis, go.
19.
Good,
Noctis,
Hmm?
one of these days you're not going to roll exactly the hit points something has. This is 2 weeks in a row for this.
Well, that day is not today.
All right.
If damage
Go
reduces
Noctis.
zombie to 0
I
hit
chose
points, it must make a
well.
Constitution saving throw with DC of 5 plus the damage taken, unless the damage is radiant or from a critical hit. Okay, so now it will make a Constitution save to see if it is in fact not dead.
So they all have to do that when they hit 0 hit
Every
points.
time we
Yes.
kill them.
Welcome to zombies.
Okay. Okay, now I know what to hex.
Yeah. I mean, only one at a time, but it'll do it. And this guy,
Yeah.
by the way, fails.
Yay!
So there we go.
Wait. Although, wait.
Yeah, boo
The
for
heck?
you. You don't get to attack it.
Except that the extra 1d6 damage isn't going to do any good.
Sure it will.
Because it's necrotic damage. Will it still damage them? Does necrotic damage them?
They are, in fact, I don't believe immune to necrotic damage. Let me double check.
Oh, okay. Yeah, please double check that, because I would assume my character would know that.
I mean, even still, it won't heal them, so it's fine.
Right.
Zombies are immune to poison.
Oh,
Oh.
They are not immune to necrotic.
Okay.
So there you go.
Noted.
All
There
right,
we
so
go.
that was the one on the way in. And now we will do one more, which gets hit on the initiative of 22. So please roll another
Yes.
D6 to hit, or D20 to hit,
okay. Hold on. That's a
because we are now beginning combat. That
9
hits.
plus
Nice.
6.
That'll do it.
And Noctis, please roll another 19 for damage. Only a 15.
Ah.
So that one is bloodied. Okay. These guys have a flight speed of 40. So they're not going to quite make it to the ship.
Damn, they're actually getting within range.
I mean,
120 feet's a lot of range.
and Noctis, it is your turn.
Let's see. So at this point, we're going to call both the fire effective.
I mean, you might get one more round out of it, but after that, they're going to be swarming past it. So, if you load the ballista, you will get one more shot with it first.
Okay.
If
I'll
you
go
choose
ahead
not
and
to,
send
then
it
you'll
over
all
to
just be
the-
able to attack normally.
Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and spend my action to assist with reloading,
Okay,
and spend a bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark
awesome.
Nice.
on this one.
On this one here. Okay, we will put a. No, that's what we used for the other one. Let's go with that. He is hunter marked.
That one is.
Ari, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm just gonna go with closest to me. And we are going to
All the way from the back of the boat.
Yeah, because I can hit 2 of them from here already.
Okay.
All the way from downtown.
Yep, all the way from downtown. We are gonna start with the hexing.
Okay.
We will hex. I believe you said Constitution does their not dead yet check.
Constitution does their not dead yet check.
Okay, so we'll do Constitution.
Okay.
Do I have to roll for the to hit part of that?
No.
No. Okay. Oh, I just have to deal damage first, so I have to hit with the other thing first. Got it. Okay. And Eldritch Blast.
Okay. That'll hit. That is 7, and then the
Yes.
so that has 11, and then the additional damage
Hex
for the hex.
is damage. Oh.
3
There we
more.
go.
Is a bloody.
It's a bloody day. It would be bloody, except it doesn't have any blood left because it's a zombie.
Bacon, it is your turn.
Within range.
Okay.
See if we can fire it up again. See if we can finish that one off with 8-bit. Oh, fire!
Morden, in your opinion, would it be the damage done by the hex, by the Eldritch Blast plus the hex, if it died on the hex, or would it be just the damage of the hex? By the way, that was also a hit, Gordon. So roll your damage.
What?
Whether treating the damage sources
You know what?
separately.
Hold up. I haven't used this in so long. I'm going to add D4 to that. Built for success, doggone it.
There you go. Go for it.
Yes, success.
So that is 5 points of damage.
Yep.
Which means you just noctised it. Which means it now must make a Constitution saving throw, difficulty of 10 at disadvantage, which it passes.
Wow.
Ah.
No. Rotten fish.
Rotten fish, literally.
So what then happens to it? Is it just?
It is
keep
not yet
making
dead. It still has 1 hit point.
1 hit.
Meaning we have to hit it again.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I wanted to check.
Sadie, you're up.
Oh, I'm gonna work on the ballista.
Okay.
Because we already rearmed it. So I'm turning the crank, I guess.
Yep. So it is armed and loaded. Well, it is armed. It is loaded and aimed. And now these guys are all closing into about here. And we are back at the top of the order. And we will fire 1 more ballista shot. So Sadie, pick your target.
Can we fire at the one that has more than 1 hit point?
Sure.
Okay. So roll d20.
Yep. And then just hover over which one you're targeting.
Oh.
It won't
2.
matter.
It
Doesn't
won't
matter.
Because that's an 8. So that shot misses. Good night, Morden.
You know, I don't
Right, Morden?
actually see any enemies
Yeah, Morden.
on my map.
They're really tiny. If that helps.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah, they're all over
Yeah.
here.
Oh, I found them.
Yeah, little tiny sharks. Nom, 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 nom.
No.
Little tiny person-sized
Yeah.
sharks.
Undead shark. Do. Sorry.
Undead shark. Do,
That's
do,
gonna
do,
be
do, do.
in
Undead
my
shark.
head all night long now. Thank you very much.
All right. And the good news is that was Archibald's miss. So players are still going to get to do all their stuff. This guy here is going to move 40. So he is going to come over here and he is going to nom on a Noctis.
Oh.
Everybody numbs on Noctis.
I mean, he was
Apparently
closest.
I'm tasty.
Well, you are
Only
a
got
bug
1
and
hit
it is
point.
a fish.
He's only got 1 head point. Just headbutt him as he comes in.
He misses terribly.
Now, is he in melee range now?
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah.
They, in fact, do not have hit and run. So you don't have to worry about that.
And I get to use my burst emotes. So, happy.
Right? Burst emotes make everything better. And this is an attack at Archie, which is also going to miss.
Right.
And this is going to be another attack at Reginald. Which will hit.
Oh no! Reg, don't die.
And he takes 10 points of damage.
Oh god! It's a lot.
Who knew shark bites hurt?
Silly. Who would have thunk it?
And this one is going to come in here, but is actually going to go for Sadie. And it's going to hit.
Oh.
And it's going to do 9 points of damage. I don't think you're actually concentrating on a spell, though, so don't worry about the save.
Yeah.
It's just a thing that's sitting there, and I don't care. And it is now Noctis's turn.
Remember, the bloodied one is hex.
That's this one?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
Running
it also
bonus
only has
action?
1 hit point, but
I mean, Sonic
Oh,
Theory.
yeah.
Okay, I'll take a look at that one. Leave that one there. Smack it with the gift gun.
Yeah, I mean, the one with your hunter's mark will come into range sooner or later. It has lower initiative, so it didn't get there yet. You'll get him next turn.
What's the Hunter's Mark do again?
Grants an additional D6. Is it D6?
Mhm.
I think
When
it's
he does
D6.
damage. It's his version of a
He does
hex.
damage. Okay.
It's a hex that instead of affecting a saving throw, allows him to track the target.
Gotcha.
That's a hit. Please roll your damage, sir. Now we'll get ready to do a Constitution save. So that is a difficulty of a 16. Wow.
That is ridiculous.
Mhm.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
It
There's
absolutely
no excuse
was.
for that.
There really isn't.
Well,
Sorry.
he's still there.
So he's still at 1.
Bonus action.
Yep.
Attack.
Hits.
Damage.
What are the odds on it happening 3 times?
I mean, that's only a 9, but he still needs to pass 2 of them. And he does not.
Good job, Reg.
So he is dead. And you
After
may
doing enough damage to kill another one.
welcome to fighting zombies.
Fucking zombies.
And Ari, it is your turn. The first thing you can do is move your hex.
Yes, I'm going to move my hex to the, I guess this other one. Sure.
Okay.
And... Ba-dum-dum-dum. Eldritch Genius.
Actually, I'm just going to put that on bigger so you guys can see it easier.
Okay.
We're using that for a hex.
Okay.
Okay.
That is the hex.
That is a hit. 4 damage.
And
Oh, wait, no. That's far more than 4. That is 8 and then 4. So that is 12, which is enough. So that's a 17 save that it needs to make.
roll it. Roll it, zombie.
And it fails.
Yeah.
So that one is also gone.
It would have failed even without the hex, but that's okay. Well, I wouldn't have killed it without the hex. So but...
And then next turn you can move your hex again. Bacon, you are up, sir.
Yeah, this is my only target,
Okay.
I think. Well, you know what? I'm going to move first.
Okay.
And because of powered staffs, because of the infiltrator armor, I can move 35.
Correct. So that's 7 squares. You notice that Maeve, you notice, not so much because you're looking, but because you can hear it, that Gordon steps, because you've known him for a while, he's moving faster and hitting the ground harder than you're used to. Like he has a natural amount of power in his stride now.
Ka-thunk, 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 ka-thunk,
Yep.
ka-thunk.
Good old clunk clunks.
Clunk, clunk.
Okay. If I attack this one, I'm firing into melee.
You're fine.
Okay.
You're far enough
That
around.
all right. That will be the target,
Okay.
but we're not going to use the firebolt. We're going to warm up the tie.
Nice.
Hmm.
Take your shot.
Taking the shot,
That is a 24, so that hits.
Nice.
and that reverses damage. I really need it to be a lot more than that.
I mean, it's a start.
It's a start.
So he comes running up faster than normal. The tie starts to glow, and then you just see this arc of lightning fire out and catches the shark that is getting ready to try to nom on Archibald. Followed by this one closing in, and is actually going to head this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
They
Except
swarm,
it
they
doesn't
should
make
head
it that
in.
far. There we go.
They
And
swarm. They should head every which way.
Sadie, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna use Thorn Whip
Okay.
to attack this one right here.
Okay. Go for it.
Thorn Whip, attack, normal.
Oh, that will be a
I
miss.
missed badly.
That's okay. Not everything hits.
It's true. I'd say sad but true, but it's not sad when the NPCs miss, so I'm gonna shut up.
This one is going to come nom on a Noctis again, because eating Noctis is our favorite thing to do.
It really is.
Real
Apparently,
tasty.
you are very tasty. Everything wants to nom on you.
And he's very dodgy.
Well, yeah.
It's very popular.
All right. I apparently missed these guys in initiative order, so I'm just going to move them, but I'm not going to have them attack. But I am going to move them.
I kind of like just thought of that a minute ago. I'm like, wait, I went twice and some of them haven't.
Yep. It happens. Mass combats. Archie is going to attack. And he's going to attack the one that is currently injured.
Always wise.
Them fishes had been like that earlier. I would have used Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, now you have an opportunity. You wouldn't have been... They were like that earlier. You just weren't close enough.
Huh.
That'll be a hit. And that'll be 17 points of damage. And that'll be a dead. So the one that came in and nommed at Sadie, it comes in, it bites at Sadie. She ducks under it. Archibald turns, puts the musket underneath of it, and blows its head out through the top of its skull, and then goes, "There you go, Mom." And then turns to the one that was directly in front of him.
Thank you, Archibald.
As he turns, with one hand he kicks the musket. He kicks the musket out. He takes a a pre-shaped charge, throws it down the barrel of the musket, turns and fires another shot. I know that's impossible, but you know what? They can do it because they have an ability that says that they have no loading penalty, so he can shoot a musket twice in 6 seconds.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
Because that is the gift.
Or perhaps Jeff.
Depending on your preference. Yeah. That's awesome. They shouldn't be that cool.
And he hits. And does 13 points of damage. So that one is bloodied. Musket mastery, yes. They racially have musket mastery. And the one that he just bloodied is going to attempt to return the favor by bloodying him back.
Don't do it.
It's a bad idea.
It's a bad idea.
And it misses. The one that is hunter marked is going to attack the person marking him.
Which is a fair thing to do, even though it shouldn't understand that.
I mean, it's magic. And it misses. And then now it is Noctis's turn.
I believe I shall return the favor.
Go for it.
Microphone.
Do I have any more?
Do it.
May the dice be with you. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that.
Do you automatically get advantage attacking your hunter's mark target? I don't think you do.
That is part of that.
No, I don't think it is anymore.
It's just extra damage.
Yeah, well, it's extra damage,
Yeah.
and I get advantage on.
How much
Checks
more does
to
he need? Where are my cards? My cards aren't open. Why are my cards not open? Where's my stream loot thing?
You also did, however, you had Dread Ambusher, which gave you 1 extra attack last round, so I will give you that attack now. Because you most definitely had targets available. So you get an extra attack, and if it hits, it does an additional D8 on top of the normal damage.
Alright. Well, we will not cry over that spilled milk and blow that attack.
Which also misses.
And it does nothing.
But you'll have a +1 next round.
For
And now you're
bonus
offhand.
action.
So you're offhand, yep. Which you get a +1 on thanks to Bufros. Which means you roll a 2.
Ah,
So, all right, so we're going to go to somebody that actually wants to hit the enemy, and it's Ari's turn.
okay, cool. As much trouble as Noctis is having, it looks like Gordon's about to be kind of more outnumbered, really. So we're going to target this guy. We're going to hex him.
Hexed.
And normal. That ought to do it. Damage. Normal. Plus. Damage. Normal. There you go.
Bloodied.
I mean, it didn't finish it off, but hey.
It didn't finish it off, but it's bloodied, and that means,
Okay.
Lightning Boy should actually be able to finish it off. And then have disadvantage, so it all works.
Yeah.
The bloodied one here is going to attack Archibald. And misses. And that means it is Sadie's turn.
Get him, Sadie.
Did I
Yeah.
get skipped?
Oh, that's why that's not working well, because I still have them invisibled. Okay. Yes, you did just get skipped. So
Wow.
take yours. Oh, you know why? Because I did that one, and then it's you, and then it's this one, and then it's Sadie. Okay. So it's your turn.
Mass
Okay,
combat.
well, I'm going to move first.
I mean, if Noctis was getting rid of some of these targets for me, it'd be easier.
Oh,
Well,
He's not.
not cool. All right, so we target the bloodied one. We'll bring up the tie if we can find it.
Where did I put that tie?
Where did I leave my... Oh, here it is.
Oh, here it is. Eat lightning or not.
Wait,
Go for it.
Wait.
Their armor class is terrible. Roll.
Oh wow, is it really?
I say,
Yeah.
was that good enough? Yeah.
They're floating zombies, so yes.
Yeah. All right. Oh, that's much better.
That ought to do it.
13 damage. That means it needs to make an 18 save. And it makes a 17, which is not an 18.
Which is not an 18.
Thank you, Hex.
Thank you very much, X.
This is what Hex is for.
And now you understand the joys of playing a warlock.
This is exactly what Hex is for.
So now the one that was in between Bacon and Sadie is dead. So it is Sadie's turn.
Okay.
And
Oh,
I can
and
tell
what
you
we
that
need,
if you
yeah.
want to do that area and catch those three, Archibald absolutely will not care.
Oh, okay. What about Noctis?
He's going to be out. He
I'm
won't be in the
not
area,
area.
so you're fine.
Yeah, you can catch the left three, just not the
Because
one above
that's because you can do
Oh.
that.
Yeah, exactly, that box right
Yeah,
there.
I can do this. Yeah.
Yeah, Archibald's not going to mind.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
Okay.
not going to mind.
All
All
right.
right.
She's like,
We'll,
whatever.
we'll do
Go for it,
that.
Mom. Go for it, Mom. I can take it.
Normal.
All right, so they all have to.
there we go.
And which save is that? I think it's Dex, actually.
Screen says
Constitution. Constitution saving throw or take 1d6.
All right. Well,
thunder
unfortunately,
damage.
Constitution is their good save,
Oh.
but it's not that good. So he in fact takes.
Ah.
Not good.
So he in fact will take the damage, and then he'll need to make the saving throw.
Which he failed.
At which he fails, and he is dead.
He fails. Yes. Go, Sadie. Go, Sadie.
It's your birthday.
He passes, so he'll only
It's my own
so
birthday. But
he's fine,
Yep.
and then
we'll go
him
with that.
passes.
Oof.
Oh.
Yes.
But you killed one, so
Super zombie.
Oh.
you killed one. One is good.
Yeah.
What about Archibald? Did Archibald take a lot of damage?
Oh, right, Archibald. I should roll for that.
Yeah, you should roll for Archibald.
Thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome.
No, he's fine.
Oops.
Oh, wait, no, he's not fine. That is a fail. So,
How much does it fail by? I'll
6.
play for him too. Okay.
like 6 points.
Oh, okay. No,
It's-
I can't help that.
It's well done, Mom. Good show. Very strong.
Really good show.
Oh. I think I love Archibald.
I mean,
He's
it's
awesome.
probably less damage than the shark would have done if it did and succeeded. So
Mm.
Yeah, probably.
it bite pretty hard. So it's cool.
All right, why am I not being able to pick anything up? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he will make it here.
Ah.
Ah,
Ah, you got a fish in the
he's
face.
not tasty.
He's made of metal.
Oh.
Ooh.
He's not made of metal for
Hey.
long.
Hey, you
But
got
he made of
numbed
scrap metal.
hard.
Wow.
Wow.
That's a relief.
I didn't appreciate that at all.
So he only takes
Ow.
15 points of damage.
I am.
Nice.
Well, I'm not because I don't bleed, but wow.
So you just hear clang, clang, clang as the zombie shark starts chewing on and like thrashing back and forth, and you just like you just see shark teeth falling out as he's thrashing, but you know.
They really will eat
That's okay. They
anything.
grow 'em back. Oh wait,
No,
he's a
they
zombie.
don't.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
Ah ha
There you go, Gordon. Wear down his teeth. He's gonna run out
And-
pretty soon.
This one will attack Reginald. And also critically hits.
You're not allowed to do that anymore, Deuce.
I have cheaty dice. Did I tell you about my cheaty dice?
Oh,
Noctis takes
Ow,
21
nice.
points of damage.
ow, man.
Ow.
That's ungood.
Why is he dead?
Because he is now
'Cause
making
that was a lot
death
of
saving
damage.
throws. Because he is at 0 hit points.
Uh-oh. It's probably a good thing I'm standing right here then. Is it my turn yet?
Remember, you just did a thing?
Oh no, I just did a thing! Oh
Archibald's turn.
no! Oh.
Archibald, get him all.
Archibald will shoot at the one that is already messed up, hoping to clear one target from the fray.
I mean, that's what I generally do. Unless I can think I can one-shot one that hasn't gone yet.
And he doesn't do a lot, but he does enough to force a save. Which it passes.
Oh,
And then he reloads and says, "Excuse me, sir. When I kill you, you stay dead." And fires again.
he's so good.
Aww.
Which hits. And does a significant amount more damage.
Which doesn't
Ooh,
matter
he
because it
just
only has
blows
a hit
it in
point.
his powder, doesn't he?
It does because it affects the difficulty for their save.
God.
But it doesn't affect it by that much. So there we go.
Dang. Effing zombies, man.
This zombie is no longer going to chew on Noctis, as he is no longer
As he's
standing,
down.
and will instead come over here and chew on Archibald. A 2, which is much better than the 20 it almost was.
Yeah.
Noctis, it is your turn, sir. So please make me a death save. Zombie fish power, right?
Advantage on his death save.
From that. Sure.
Oh,
I can only do it once, but
But do it on the first one. So that's a pass.
I mean, we still have to get him away from dead, but
But he has made one. He has made one and missed none, and that's important.
Yeah.
Ari, it is your turn.
oh, which situation is more dire? They're both pretty bad. And who goes after me?
A scaver and then bacon. And I'm not going to tell you which scaver goes after you.
No, that's fine. Yeah, if I haven't been counting cards, that's my problem.
Yep.
Which I'm really bad at. I'm still going to go for the one in front of Gordon
Okay.
because we might be able to get it down to one melee, and Gordon might have an opportunity to do something if I can get rid of this one. I don't know.
If nothing else, you'll make it easier for him to kill the one that's, nomming on him.
Right, and then possibly it won't get a chance to also kill a second party member. It's kind of what I was going with. Eldritch attack. Is that just
That'll hit.
it?
Yep.
Okay. Damage. Normal.
12.
That's good damage. And then damage on the heck.
14. So.
Yep. Very bloodied. Very much bloodied. This one is going to nom on Archie. Noctis, why can't you be more like Archibald, man? He never
I
gets
know,
mad.
right?
Bacon, it's your turn.
Okay.
Hey, how about those dice? You know?
How's those dice? How's them dice?
My dice love you. Noctis,
Yes,
let
they
me
do.
love you.
Since we've already determined that it doesn't matter,
Archie only gets hit by friends. It's true. The most damage Archie has taken right now has been friendly fire. And he is okay with this.
He is totally okay with us. I don't have any healing.
I am targeting in front of me
Mhm.
with magic freaking missiles.
Nice.
Since it doesn't matter.
Go for it. 3 missiles.
3 missiles.
All right, 3 missiles, 3 damage each. That's 9. That will be a
Middle.
save.
Any sec. Think.
Ooh, that's a pass, isn't it?
That's a pass unless somebody throws a -1 card.
Do I have a -1 card? The 6 was a pass. Wow.
They have it.
Can I use a card on them? Subtract 1 from a player's roll.
Yes,
Can I use it on them?
I'll allow it.
Doing it.
Pink.
Yo, you know what?
I use the cards. All the cards.
Bacon. That was your action. Do you want to use your bonus action
Aha.
or your move?
God, what can I do with the bonus action?
You could drink a potion, or you could throw a offhand cleaver.
Can you throw an offhand healing potion?
or you could move and use your bonus action to feed a potion.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Can you shove it down Reggie's throat?
Feed one of
I
the
mean-
holy waters. Did I maybe try and feed one of the holy waters down? Let's get stupid.
I think he was going for healing, but that's the fun
So
too.
you want to?
Holy water down.
Do you want to feed of holy
I
water
actually
down?
don't have any healing potions.
Okay. Do you
Oh,
want
you
to? You
don't.
want to throw a feed a healing a holy water down Reggie's throat or one of the zombie scavers?
No,
I think he wants to kill a zombie with.
Okay.
With
Run up and give it a shot. Why not?
that is awesome. Do it.
Okay.
I don't know why I just thought you had a healing potion.
Yeah,
I mean, I
forget-
don't. So I.
Okay. Let's see
There's a
here.
lack of healing potions in this party.
It really is. There's a lack of healing.
I actually
Katie's
have
coming
a
up, Katie's coming up.
herbalist. I
Katie's
actually
next.
have a herbalist kit,
Yeah.
but I don't know how to use it. I'm supposed to be able to use it to make healing potions, but
Well, you could have, but instead you made chia pets.
yeah.
And now we know. And now we know.
Being thrown at that.
I could definitely sell healing
Okay.
potions for more than I could sell chia pets.
All right. Give me a attack roll.
I'm gonna have to do it.
It's a thrown weapon, so just
right.
that's going to hit.
What's the damage on holy water?
That's what I'm trying to remember.
2d6.
If the target is fiend or undead, it's 2d6 radiant damage.
Wow.
I mean,
Better
eight
enough.
That is 8.
I probably just pissed it off. So I'm gonna play this on myself, although I hate it. Because yeah, I don't want to die.
Oh no.
Okay.
I'll
What did
take
he play on
10 points
himself?
Back, please, thank you.
He just played a feel better on himself. 10 hit points.
How much damage are they doing on average?
It depends on if they critical or not.
Yeah.
If I
If
get
they don't
crit-
critical.
Because on average, if they've hit, they've criticaled. That's the problem.
Okay.
Um,
So-
Yeah, it's only like 1d10 plus 3, I think.
So this is muted to the players. They're not
Okay.
weak to radiant,
Sadie's
but
up.
if the radiant is what does the last point of damage, they don't get the
Yeah,
zombie.
I'm up.
They don't get the zombie save.
Or rather, I'm done.
And
so.
Sadie, it's your turn.
Yeah, Sadie's up.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Aid, and I'm going to cast it on. I can do 3 targets.
Okay.
And so I'm Archibald, myself, and Noctis, and it gives 5 hit points.
Mhm.
Let's get him up, spell.
Yeah, I don't know that I need to roll to do this.
Are you okay? Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. 5 hit points for each. Reggie,
Okay.
you are up.
Yay!
Yay.
Sadie, you are better.
Good.
Reginald is almost fully healed.
Back to full, I believe.
Just short. You did 6. You healed 5. It's a fair trade.
Okay.
He fixed her.
But now Reggie is no longer dead. Wait, I took off the wrong one.
Lower that second
Oh,
level.
There you
no.
You're still prone, but you're not. But and bloodied, but you're not dying. And now this guy is going to get a chance to attack.
Decisions.
No, his stats are incredibly dumb. So he's going to be incredibly dumb. He is going to move over here to attack the person that just shot him in the face with holy water. However, that does mean that Noctis is going to get a attack of opportunity. However, as Noctis is prone, it will be at disadvantage.
Oh, Noctis.
Why the hell am I long gonna use it for?
Revenge.
You.
And it's
a crit.
matter.
Wow.
Finish him. Hey, Sephiroth.
Too bad I don't have that crit extension.
Did you roll that damage as crit or just?
That was not as crit.
Yeah, because it was disadvantaged, so it wasn't the 20 that hit.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't the 20 that hit because of the disadvantage. You're right. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So bloodied, and we'll now chew
Let's go
on. And miss.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. You're not chewing on me. Nope.
Dodgy bacon.
Nope. You gotta be dodgy when you're made of bacon.
Archibald is going to shoot at the one that is attacking bacon. Which hits. And does 12 points of damage. Which it passes the saving throw on. So he's going to do it again, but harder. Which hits. And does not nearly as much damage.
Which doesn't matter because it just had 1 point, right?
Well, it affects what the difficulty for the saving throw is.
Oh, does it? Oh,
So he fires and then uses his bonus action to pick up Noctis and goes, "Excuse me, sir. I believe you would prefer to be standing."
Thank you.
Okay, so we know that's the one that goes last.
Um,
I keep forgetting
3
the card
targets: 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. 5 to 6, Archie. The one with the hunter's mark attacks Archibald.
Oh, he doesn't have Hunter's Mark anymore.
Oh, right. You probably would have lost concentration when you died, huh?
It's a little bit.
Probably.
And Archie gets nommed upon, but very, very minorly.
You know, not actually critted, you mean?
Yeah, not actually critted. Noctis, it is your turn, sir, and you are no longer prone.
Yay.
Yay!
Um,
Dennis,
You're
thank you for the
prone
follow.
free.
See, nobody has touched the one that's in front of me, yeah?
Correct.
Okay. Well, cute. Bonus action, casting Hunter's Mark. Mark him again.
That is only a condition. Also, if you're enjoying this, not only do we have this campaign on Sundays, we have a Light and Darkness, which is our main campaign on Tuesdays. We have a campaign that I play in on Thursdays. We're going to have a Dungeons of Drakenheim campaign coming soon on Friday or Saturdays, and all of those campaigns are available on that YouTube channel. So make sure you go over there, give it a follow, and check out everything that has happened up to this point. All right, go for it, Noctis.
And going to attack Sid.
And
And
miss.
Harley. And that is it.
Okay. Ari, you're up.
Yep.
in bad news,
I'm
yes.
gambling that Bacon can take care of his own, and me and Sadie can take care of this one
And
if I
you
target it
gotta get
now
the
because it hasn't
sneaky
gone
leg
yet.
lure
And it's not
outta
going
here.
until after. No,
It
that
better
one's
not be a
going.
freaking
No, it's going
spider.
after I go, so I
It's
can't
not
take it
a
out anyway.
spider, it's a centipede.
It's fine. I guess it doesn't matter then. I was gonna say because if I can't take it out by itself, then it's not gonna. All right, then I guess I'll go for that one.
Okay.
Because it's close to everybody. All right. I thought I had all this logic worked out, and then I didn't.
That's
Okay. Transfer hex there. That,
That's a hit.
that's a hit. Damage. Normal. Attack.
8 points of damage.
Damage. Normal. There we go.
5 points of hex. And it is bloodied.
It's bloody.
And this one is
No.
going to attack Archie. Because that's who it can reach without moving. And it misses. And that means we are up to Bacon.
Bacon!
Okay, here we go now.
Finish off your shark.
So I've got this one in front of me. He's got one left. Because he passed the save recently.
Right.
And I've also got this one. Alright. This is a bit risky.
I like risky.
Risky's fun.
We
I'm
do
going to
risky
fire off
every
another magic
time.
missile. It's 3 missiles.
Mhm.
I'm going to put 1 in the one in front of me and 2 in front of the
Oh.
bloodied one on the bloodied one
Okay.
in the group over here.
He's gambling on getting double lucky.
Okay.
Yeah, I really am.
Where it's gone.
Go for it.
It's not on the book.
That's 1. No, correction.
It's somewhere.
2 on the one in front of me.
I really hope it's outside.
And then I need to roll.
Me too.
Well, so what is it? D4 plus 1 sum times 2, is it? For the other two?
Yeah.
Chance that,
Alright, so this
one of the
doubled
cats
for...
or dogs will get it.
So 10 in front, 10 on this one back here.
Okay. Basically, the way it works is you just roll once,
Yeah.
and then that's the damage
Oh.
for all the bolts and everything. But that's okay. We'll do it this way for this one. And it doesn't matter because he saved.
And the one in front of me saved, I'm assuming?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh,
not even
sorry,
surprised.
Bacon.
Do you do anything with
It
your
was worth
off?
a shot.
Do you do anything with your offhand action?
Yeah, you know what?
Gonna slap it in the face with a flask of holy water?
Yeah, you know what? Let's do that.
Yeah,
Go for
do
You
it.
know it works.
Do
Let's
it.
blast
Yeah,
it
it's now.
with some holy water.
That's why we made a lot of them. Do it. Shove it down its gullet, and then take your hand out really fast.
Yeah, yeah. Otherwise, it's mimic. All
Otherwise,
over again.
otherwise you have a shark glove.
Yeah.
It should be a melty shark glove, though.
All
No,
right.
it's not a
So here's that, and then we'll attack, and it's +3 because I'm still Dexy bits, and
All right.
that's gonna miss.
So that will hit. That just hits.
Oh,
because of the
Okay,
plus
good.
3. Which means which 2d6 dice does a minimum of 2 points of damage, which is more than 1, and it doesn't get its zombie save if the
Thanks,
damage
I'm
was
having
radiant.
heebie-jeebies now.
So it is dead.
Nice.
There we
Yes.
go.
Yes. Holy water for the win.
Sadie,
Holy water.
Good job,
yay!
Bacon. Good job, Sadie.
Wish I had some.
Okay.
That was close of you killing that.
I'm
There's a
going to
bloodied one in front of you.
use-
I don't know why the music
Um,
keeps stopping.
I'm going to use Cure Wounds
got
on
music.
Noctis.
You're hearing battle music?
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear battle music. I've heard battle
It's
music.
just pretty quiet right now.
Okay. I have to turn that volume way up for some reason. Anyway.
Oh yeah, no, my volume's pretty low and I hear it.
I can heal Noctis 11 points.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Heal
Noctis is unbloodied.
Yeah.
Yay.
Again.
It's safer. You're less close to death.
I don't know. Not if you
I mean, the way
can
these
roll
ones crit.
Archibald's going to shoot.
Like that.
Archie, go Archie.
Doing
go
20
Archie.
points of damage. And it fails
Yes.
by
He
lots.
was at 1, so he went to 19 under. So bag that. He should be
And
really gone by now.
now he will take his last shot at the last one.
Finish it. Finish it, Archie.
And hits. Which won't kill it, but it'll soften the target for everyone else. Or I could be wrong.
Finish it.
It passes.
Oh, but it'll save, yeah.
Oh.
Which means it's Noctis' turn.
Get him, Noctis.
Kill it.
Yay.
Revenge.
Get this disgusting rotten carcass out of here. Could shove holy water on it.
Or he could just crit.
Ooh, yeah,
Or he could just crit. Critting works.
Yeah, crit works.
For 20 points of damage.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nope. He's
And it
done.
fails.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh.
Wow.
Well done, Gov. Well done. That's the way.
Nice.
Not too bad yourself.
And now Maeve knows exactly what she should have been doing in her free time. Making
That's
potions.
okay. Live and learn.
And,
And we
you
have
know,
all lived.
and
so
you've all lived, so you can all learn.
Yeah.
So
I have learned to keep some of that holy water on me.
Yeah.
I was really just adding it to the pile, but I think I might keep a couple hands.
it's like, all right, so we've got 73 of those left. We might want to spread a couple around just a minute. However, that's where we're going to be ending for the night. Everyone has survived. Congratulations.
Yay.
The way we are doing this is a lot of the other boats. There are some elements that are going to be story driven. The rest of them are mostly going to be fate of party. So when you are saving yourselves, you are not only saving yourselves, you're also saving NPCs that you don't know.
Okay.
I'm going to answer that question really quickly for Dennis Knight. This one is actually from milbysmaps.com. Milby is an awesome guy. I asked him because I told him I was going to be doing a Twitch-based campaign, and I wanted to use some of his maps because I think his maps are awesome. And I asked him, like, do you want me to join your Patreon to do it? Is there a minimum pledge or anything like that? Do you want me to make sure your name's in the credits? And he was like, I don't care. You don't have to give me money. I have since joined his Patreon for $1 a month because, like, stand up, dude. But it's like, I don't care. It's fine. Just make sure that my watermark stays on the maps. You don't even need to make sure that it's shown on the maps. Just don't actually edit my maps. So
Right.
I have not edited his map in any way except to put in walls. within Foundry. And whenever anybody asks, I'm always going to make sure to tell everybody milbysmaps.com. If you're doing a Spelljammer campaign or a nautical campaign, he has a lot of nautically oriented maps. He has some Underdark maps. Generally, he just has a lot of really cool stuff. He's basically making a series of map packs that'll be like an entire campaign setting. So if you wanted something really unique for your party, go ahead and look it up. If you want to look at his Patreon, go ahead and look at that. But yeah, really, really stand up, dude. So you guys have all survived. Ari has just received a fate point from Rose Kitten. And now, because it's the end of the night, it's time for everybody to decide who gets the campaign, who gets the chat-based fate point. Does it go to Noctis/Reggie? Does it go to Ari/Seth? Does it go to Bacon/Gordon? Or does it go to Sadie/Maeve? Everybody in chat gets a vote. All of the players get a vote, but they can't vote for themselves.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess I'll vote for Noctis.
I mean, there was a lot of good play. I could see a lot of reasons to go a lot of different directions on
Yeah,
that.
everybody did a really good job.
Well, I think we did really good.
I just always go for the
I'm
pretty
the only
one.
one that doesn't have
Yeah,
any,
say,
so-
Rose, I do have to fix that. I had to make 18 captains, first officers, and ships
Yeah.
for this week. So, but the good news is I have them done for next week, so I won't have to make them next week. So I should be able to finish playing with the overlay. But let's see. We have 1, 2 for Ari, 1, 2 for Noctis, 3 for Noctis, 1 for Sadie. It's looking like it's a Noctis.
Yeah.
He needs him for those death rolls.
Yeah.
I mean,
No kidding.
He needs him to reroll those death rolls because I'm fresh out of reroll cards.
you're not wrong. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much. If you have enjoyed this campaign, again, if you're watching this live on Twitch, thank you very much for being here. If you're watching this on YouTube, come watch us live on Twitch. We do this campaign Sunday nights, 7 to 11, 12 Eastern. We do
Close on time.
Tuesday,
Yeah,
8 to midnight. Is our Light and Darkness campaign, which is a more traditional D&D campaign. Thursday, we do a very unusual campaign that I play in, and one of our other channel members, Morden56, is the GM. Very soon, we will have a Dungeons of Drakenheim's playthrough, which will be on either Friday or Saturday. It's called Denizens of Drakenheim. It's not called Dungeons of Drakenheim. It's just so hard for me to just say the word Drakenheim without the word Dungeons before it that I keep making that mistake. Anyway, so we have all of those things coming. Make sure that you stop by, if you are here watching this on Twitch, make sure you go and check out the YouTube channel, follow, watch all the content from before. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe, and then come over to Twitch and watch us live. If you're not in either of those two places, then congratulations. I don't know how you're watching this, but thanks. Other than that, I would like to thank everybody in chat. I would like to thank our players tonight for, Sadie Golden Dragon, Old Bacon Eater, Noctis Silence, and Ariside Perseverly for putting on an amazing show. I am just a facilitator. They are the ones with the really cool characters. Sadie, thank you for gifting a sub to Bufros. I appreciate it.
yay.
Thank you very much for the gift sub. So that's going to be it for us tonight. Thank you everybody for coming in and being part of the show. Subs, gift subs, donations, stream loots cards. I love the fact that the community plays the game nearly as much as the 4 people on screen. I think this is an insane way to play D&D. I'm so glad that we accidentally stumbled on it, because I think this is so much fun. And it means that they don't know what's going on from moment to moment. I don't know what's going on from moment to moment. We had a mistaken identity card that was played tonight, which means one of the people in that room thinks something about one of the PCs that may or may not be accurate, that the PCs don't know yet. So that's going to be fun to resolve next week.
Yay!
So anyway.
I completely forgot about that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, it didn't
I know it's there.
visibly come up.
Oh no.
So don't worry, there will be chicanery. But anyway,
Yay!
we are going to give stupid waves and step on out. Thank you all very much. Have a good night, and we'll see you all soon. Bye.
Bye.